Hello again, everyone. Welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Day 2 of the Super Series about to get underway. Monday was a day that dazzled, that excited, and gave us some near perfection. It was such a day. It was a very good day for some. Let's have a look at the best of the action. John Brown, just a solitary win from his first day's efforts. He'll be looking to make a push on day 2. Talk about movers on moving day, you feel like Meulenkamp will be one of them. He got this big fish against Barry Van Peer, but it was only a couple of victories for a man highly fancied not just to win this group, but to pick up the weekly title. As for Joey Temburg, it's his first televised appearance in around about 7 years. He picked up a couple of victories on Monday. Sherrock ended day 1 on 6 points and +1 legs difference, losing out in the last game of the session to Temburg. Jim Long has exactly the same record as Sherrock, but is in front of her on legs 1. But Berry was very good on the opening day, winning 4 from 5 in his opening salvo. He is top of the group. So that is how yesterday panned out, and it panned out in the company of Matthew Edgar. It will do so again today. And you know what? Day 1 just was brimming things up to the boil a little bit, wasn't it?
Brimming, I think, is the way forward. I don't think it ever really reached the boil when we look at what we can expect from the players and what they've been doing away from here and the form line that a lot of them are bringing to this week. We said this week was going to be brilliant. It was competitive, but I don't think anyone's really hit that A game yet. I think it was a bit settling in, and the stats back that up as well when we look at the individual numbers and the averages. I think the only player who really played to their sort of par level was Sherrock, who ran around the 84.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first day's worth of fixtures. As you can see, Barry Van Peer out in front, 8 points to his name, 4 wins from 5. But he's got to be careful because moving day sees those players that are just in behind really begin to take their shift in the group.
Yeah, I think today you could literally say to me, who do you think is going to make a move today? And I could probably make a valid case for every single one of those. They've all sort of done bits. They've all had opportunities. They've all gave opportunities. And I think today we're probably not going to be any of the wiser in terms of who's going to be in that top position. I think it's going to really bunch together.
Is this a type of group, as you say, where everyone kind of cancels each other out? Maybe going into the last day, there could be a couple of points separated, maybe 3 players.
I absolutely think that's going to be the situation. I think the group positions as well, in terms of who's going to go into Group C and who's going to go into Group B, that's going to come right down to the wire as well. I don't think this is going to be a group that's going to be decided early. There's going to be an awful lot to play for here.
Well, let's have a look and see how yesterday panned out from a numerical standpoint. This is day 1 by the numbers. Now, we saw 90 legs played, 36 of which were breaks of throw. That included a game where all 7 legs between Barry Van Peer and Sherrock went against the darts. Another game Barry played had 6 of the 7 legs going against the darts. That is way above the par for the course in terms of what we usually see.
And looking at those numbers, the one that really stands out for me is that bottom one, the overall average of the 6 collective players together, an 84.31. Now, personally, I thought that was going to be a lot higher. I'm not going to lie. I thought we'd be looking around about the 87, 88 mark when we look at the players on paper that are coming here this week. I reckon tomorrow, when we have this conversation, we look at that slide, I think we'll probably be saying that's where it is, around the 87 to 88. So down from what we expected.
Well, there's a little bit of an irony in the fact that the checkout percentage was 22%. When you consider at the beginning of the day, there was big outshots for fun. Well, we kicked off in the very first leg of the day with Jim Long taking out this 161.
What a way to start the week, and that's what I thought. Here we go, we've got a big 161, a 12-dart leg as well there from Jim Long. This is going to set the tone. It was then followed the very next game. The first 2 matches, big finishes, and it gets no bigger than what Meulenkamp did with the 170.
Yeah, more Meulenkamp nailing the big fish. Now, you mentioned yesterday the regrip here. Just from a non-player's perspective, what is that like, having to regrip in that sort of way?
Well, you lose sort of the rhythm and the pace of what you're doing. It's like throwing the first dart again and throwing that individual dart, but obviously to try and finish off a big finish. So it can upset the rhythm. It can just make things feel a little bit awkward. And he also stepped back from the oche a little bit, so he had to re-step, re-grip. It was a very, very good dart for many reasons. It was not just for that fact it was a 170 finish.
Well, that is day 1 in the books. Day 2 about to get underway. Before we have a look at the bookies' odds for the session ahead, who are you expecting the big mover to be today?
I was dreading that question because I think this is the sort of question that That said, we can talk about any of the players and give them that opportunity and say that they're going to do so. I don't think anyone really stood out for me yesterday as a player where you go, this is somebody who we can see coming through on day 2 and doing so, but we know they're all capable of doing that. So I think this just comes down to the individuals, how they've processed yesterday, and I think it's over to them.
Well, let's see what the bookmakers think about proceedings for today. Meulenkamp went off evens favourite. No surprises kind of come in on the odds now, leading overnight.
Do you know what? 8 to 15, I think that's very, very short, and I'd challenge that. If I was sat at home looking at someone to win this group, I would be thinking, Meulenkamp played nothing like the Meulenkamp we've been seeing over the last sort of 6 months. The man who's absolutely clear at the top of the Challenge Tour, won 4 of those titles, a Dutch Open. He's got a very good roll of honour for this year. We're not talking about that sort of level. Now, yesterday was one day. Shall we just ignore that day and say 8 to 15 is great value? I'm going to challenge that and say potentially there's value in the other players. I mean, Ron Meulenkamp at 8s, Jim Long at 5s, Fallon, the way she's been performing as well at 6s. There's plenty of value there. I think it's just a little bit too short. Even if it's right, it might be too short for me.
So that's what the bookies think. This is what Phil thinks. It's time once again for Bars's bets on day 2. It's a 5-1 treble. Now, this is the first time you've seen this today because we want you to get the real gauge on what you think Phil's thinking today.
Well, I had a look at what Bars was thinking yesterday. I said I liked the bottom 2, didn't like the top 1. It was the top 1 that let him down, so I actually called Bars out on it correctly. Just having a look at what he's got here today, the 180 markets, he's gone on those with Meulenkamp. It wasn't something that was a big feature of his game yesterday, and that might be a little bit of a risk for me. Yes, he had, I think, 6 180s, but he got 4 of those in one match. So if we're spreading those across the actual games, he wasn't prolific in terms of the spread. So I'd possibly just challenge Bars on those 2.
So 5-1 that treble, 18 plus, be gamble aware if you're having a flutter on the Super Series. Well, Tuesday at the Super Series is not just moving day, it's also one of your favourite days, isn't it? It's Tungsten Teaser Day here at the Live Lounge. And because it's World Cup week in the PDC, we thought we'd give you an international flavour when it came to our question. So we're going to ask you this. Name the first player in the history of the Super Series to represent each of these nations: Australia, Belgium, Ireland, Latvia, the Netherlands, Northern Ireland, Poland and Spain. Tweet your answers in at MSS Darts on Twitter. We'll give you a shout out during the programme, and if you get it right, you'll find out before game 15 and you get to win a Henry Deacon Chuffety badge, although they're not available on sale. Right, let's get into our first game of the day because it sees Joey Temburg in action up against Fallon Sherrock. Fallon winning 3 of her 5 games yesterday, but lost this one heavily.
Joey got better as the day went on, which is what you expect. He's been away for so long. I think it was 2016 the last time we saw him in a TV event, which was the UK Open. He's been away. He's only been playing locally. He plays the Dutch Open every year. It was going to take him time to get into it. It did take him time, but wow, did he start performing at the back end of the day. It'll be interesting to see if that continues into today. Well,
let's hear from Fallon Sherrock now. I caught up with her earlier on this morning. Fallon, day 2 at the Super Series. How would you assess on your performances on day 1?
I think my performances were all right. Like, I'm quite happy, to get a couple of wins and stuff like that, because I think the whole idea of me playing the week is to get like the match preparation and stuff going into, the rest of the year and that. So yeah, playing in this MODUS series, I'm just trying to perfect my game and stuff. And I think I've had a good start. So hopefully now I can just kind of edit it now in the next couple of days in progress.
6 points, 3 wins from that first day. Do you feel like you're in the week now you've picked those number of points up?
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm in a good position. And obviously if I can just, excel on that and get a couple more wins under my belt and kind of, get higher in the table, or just kind of keep to, second or third, and then play like Thursday or Friday night, because I'm used to playing on the Thursday and Friday nights, and hopefully get to Saturday.
Is it just finding that route at Saturday? So if it's not Group A, it's not a disaster. B and C are also options on the table.
Yeah, definitely, because at the end of the day, it's still practice, and the main, ambition is to get to Saturday.
From a player's perspective, what is it about the Super Series which helps you perfect the game, having that game time? What does that give you in terms of analysis going forward?
I think it helps it kind of helps your game, because obviously you know where your strong points and your weaknesses are. So obviously playing in the Super Series and stuff like that, you're playing these good quality players, so you can kind of tell under the pressure where you'll fold in. So then obviously you go back to the practice room and you edit that, and you go into the next day going, okay, right, I've edited that, and try and perfect it for your next game on the stage.
We wish you all the very best today. Fallon, good luck.
Thank you.
And so Fallon Sherrock and Joey Temburg get our action underway here at the Super Series on Tuesday. Watching all the action in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar, it's a very good morning to Phil Bars.
Thank you, Henry, and good morning, everyone. Welcome along week 6, day 2 here in Group A. And it's a repeat of the final fixture yesterday. And it was this man, Joey Temburg, who had got the better of Fallon Sherrock. Matt, repeat or revenge in our opener?
I was having a little bit of a think about this one on the way back to the accommodation last night, and I thought there might be a little bit more in this than we originally gave it credit for, because when we look at when Fallon would have been first going on to the tour on the BDO, Joey Temburg would have been one of the top players at that period of time. So this might be, for Fallon, a game where she's
First
looking...
leg, it's Joey to throw first.
Sort of
game on.
back through the history books and back through her sort of people she may have looked up to when she first started playing darts.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one, and I had a chance
100
to speak to Fallon briefly this morning, and she said she just ran out of a little bit of steam yesterday. Just feeling a bit fatigued going into the last game.
140.
Well, she might have been feeling a bit warm because she certainly cooled herself off in that conversation. didn't she?
43.
She certainly did.
There is a story there. Fallon came in this morning
43.
eating a ham sandwich and a can of Coke. And she went to have a bite of the sandwich, but forgot she was holding the
81.
Coke in her hand and ended up, well, having a shower of Coke, really, wasn't it?
And then it was all panic stations to get
60.
her trademark pink top cleaned and dried and aired to be able to play.
Only brought the one top with her today.
28.
So it was in the sink, and it might still be a little bit damp. It was. She said it was just still a little bit wet on the way past.
It was funny though.
But we only laughed for about 10
125.
minutes.
And then we got from a, you're not going to tell everyone, are you? Yes, we are, Fallon.
100.
I said
Fallon, you require
it'll take me about
133.
3 minutes to do so. I think it took me 3 darts.
$41. Joey, you require 149.
It's an early break opportunity for Fallon here. 149
59.
from Joey. He's not
Fallon,
going
you
to go. So
require
92. Go the right way, Fallon. I'm pleased she's gone the right way. She hasn't hit, but at least she's attempted.
There's always a debate, that one, isn't it? Where do you go, the treble or the bullseye route?
40. Joey, you require 90.
This one. You normally stay on the 20s. It gives you the option of the bullseye, which is where Joey's going to be looking with his final dart.
65. Fallon, you
Second
require
dart
52.
in the 20 was a very safe one, wasn't it? No attempt at the treble as Fallon looks at tops for a 1-0 breaker throw.
12.
Not
Joey, you
fanned.
require 25.
And for a 5th consecutive leg in a row here against Fallon, he won all 4 at
17.
the end of yesterday.
Fallon, you require
Could have started
40.
with 1 there.
Comes inside. Now looking at 10s. I think that's awkward. It's just sat a little flat.
20.
And now Fallon, 0 from
Joey, you
5.
require 8.
Has the opportunity. Passed
Game
her
shot
by.
on the first
Yes
leg.
is the answer.
Joey Temburg.
As Joey Temburg takes the opening leg. Missed opportunity for the Queen of the Palace.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
As always, I sit and run numbers at the start of the day. See how they compare to seasonal stats and what people are doing. and
44.
See if we've got an improved form or a decrease in form. I mentioned at the top of the show that it was pretty much a decrease in form from what we expected
140.
across the board. With Joey, we've got no stats to go on. We've only seen a couple of matches from him at the Dutch Open where stats was recorded and they was a bit irregular.
26.
Whereas Fallon, everything I can find about Fallon over the last 12 months, whether it was a 12-month average, whether it was a women's tour average,
59.
whatever it is, she seems to throw about the 84. And yesterday, she threw an 83.98. So she's one of those players at the moment that's just playing to their
59.
consistent par.
Yeah, and the radar's not quite switched on yet for Fallon this morning.
85.
She will feel she should have broken in the opener, but now she's staring a 2-0 deficit. And it's one of those ones
58.
that you look at it where if Joey breaks here, he's then throwing for 3-0.
85.
And I think that question I posed at the start of this match of how much would a young Fallon
58.
just coming
Joey
on the tour
require
and trying to
132.
make a move, being around Joey, who was in the latter stages of all the tournaments and in that World
112.
Championship that she was trying to get into. Does that just have a little bit of something to it? I can relate to this because, and the reason I even bring this up as a thought pattern is it's because it's a thought pattern I've had myself
40.
in the past, where
Joey,
you
you
find
require
it easier
20.
to play a Michael Smith or a Van Gerwen than you did a
Game
Ronnie
shot on the
Baxter, for
second
example,
leg.
because
Joey
they was there
Temburg.
before you.
And it is a breaker throw for the Dutchman.
Third leg, it's Joey to throw
Fallon.
first. Game on.
Struggling to get that opening leg out of her system where she missed 5 darts to break the throw.
60.
And still yet to win a leg against Joey Temburg, who's now 6-0 in this head-to-head clash.
140.
Better start to the leg here from Fallon. That first start's very high.
59.
Does have a little bit of lift in the throw there, as you'll see. Doesn't quite get that extension around the hinge, which is obviously the elbow. And without that hinge
100.
fully opening, there's got to be lift. There's got to be a bit of a pop from somewhere, and you'll just see that little bit of lift, which just means he'll struggle a little bit with the highs and lows.
100.
It's not something that'll affect him too much in drifting left and right. It's more of an up and down issue. This is better from Fallon.
97.
He's a finish after 9. Getting herself into this one.
94. Fallon, you require
She's got a little bit of time on her
164.
hands as well. Joey, no finish after 12. It's on. This will be a way to waken up into the day. She got a rude awakening yesterday when
96.
Jim Long took out a 161 in the opening leg.
I think she'd have gone for it as well if the treble 18 would have gone.
140. Fallon, you require 68.
There is some urgency on it now. Big 140 there from Joey. It'll be just the one dart. It's at double 16. And she
Game shot
finally
on the
gets a
third
leg on the
leg.
board against
Found
Joey
Sherrock.
Temburg. It's took her 7 attempts, and it's come with a breaker throw. She's back in the match.
And the best
Fourth
leg
leg, it's
of the
Fallon
match,
to throw first.
15 dart
Game on.
breaker throw.
There's one thing, though, that you've got to praise Fallon on, and it's a little bit of
42.
stage presence and stage awareness there. She's broke the throw, and traditionally what will happen when you break the throw is you walk straight back down the hockey and you throw again. However, there's a little
60.
10-second pause here between legs just as things reset. And what Fallon did there is she had a measured walk that was consistent but slower.
90.
And she did a bit of a loop, so she ended up coming back to the hockey when it was her time to throw again. That's just a little bit of experience there, and the experience coming
45.
through from all those big stages that she's played on throughout her life.
$83. $93.
This one wasn't in Barza's bets, but Fallon Sherrock was your favourite for this, despite the fact she was going
134.
against the darts. 4-6 was on the offing. 11-10 before the off on Joey.
99.
he
Fallon,
did
you
the right thing
require
avoiding that one.
152.
Tough one to call. 152, another treble 20, leaves a double 16.
Game
And
shot on the
once
fourth
again in the
leg.
opening game,
Fallon
we're tracked to a
Sherrock.
big finish. Yesterday, Jim Long opened proceedings with a 161, and after all those missed doubles
Fifth leg,
earlier
it's
on,
Joey to throw
Fallon
first.
Sherrock
Game
nails
on.
a 152. She is well and truly back in this match.
And it's back-to-back 15 dart legs for the Queen of the Palace.
60.
It was a stuttering opening, but now she's in full flow, and that mat is absolutely majestic.
I think that is one of the things
85.
you've got to praise Fallon on as well, that she's quite thick-skinned. She doesn't let things bother her. She doesn't let a bad leg affect the
60.
next leg. It's all individual legs. And this match has been a case in point. She's not someone who rides a form line.
No, I completely agree.
60.
Her mindset is very unique in terms of being able to do that, because it's a hard thing to do. You played up on those stages, and you do overthink things, but she doesn't.
180.
It's hard to snap out of those negative trends. Joey looking to make his move out of that snapping out in his first max of the day.
100.
His fourth of the week so far. He hit 3 yesterday across his 5 matches.
81.
He very much is a rhythm player, isn't he? The action that when he's in that groove, he's hard to beat. But it's finding that groove in the first place.
Yeah, we spoke briefly about it
48.
yesterday, didn't we?
Joey
Saying that it's
require
something you've got to
120.
find. You can't force that. But the 120 is on. He could retaliate straight back. Surprised he hasn't moved.
80.
That's a very good effort.
Fallon needs a 2 treble visit to apply pressure. That's not going to happen. So, Joey Temburg
58.
going
Joey
back at
require
tops
40.
to
Game shot on the
re-establish that
fifth
lead.
leg. Joey
And
Temburg.
this is a much improved performance from Joey. I know he beat Fallon yesterday, but his all-round game looks so much
Sixth leg,
better
it's Fallon
after
to
a
throw
day's action.
first. Game on.
Absolutely. I think you don't lose the ability to do things. You just lose the ability to do
61.
it all the time, shall we say. I think it was The Undertaker's phrase that he used in the Last Ride documentary when he says,
100.
I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. Basically saying that you can do it, but just not as frequently. And I think that's what we're seeing
100.
from Joey at the moment. And let's get the thing straight. If he was to play things like the Super Series regularly and he was to go back on the tours, I'm pretty sure he'd find those
55.
couple of extra points and that little bit of consistency that would put him back in the mix.
Yeah, and just on Dutch darts at the moment, Matt, it seems in a really, really good place. That
60.
we see obviously at the top end of the game, we've got Michael, Danny Noppert, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Raymond van Barneveld coming back, but also underneath that, we're seeing plenty here at the
100.
Super Series from the Dutch players at the moment to suggest that there is a lot of strength in depth in that game at the moment.
All comes down to the systems, I believe.
140.
If the system is right, it'll develop the players, and they've got a good system over there now, and we've seen these systems developed in other countries.
100.
Belgium.
Fallon, you
When we look
require
at America, we see what's
140.
coming through there since the CDC. If the system is right, it will support the growth and development of the players. Holland was ahead of the curve. Only
100.
behind England
Joey, you
and the system
require
we've got.
146.
So it will be a shot at tops of
42.
for a
Fallon,
level
you
game.
require 40. Game
And
shot
winning
on the
legs are
sixth
15,
leg.
15
Fallon
and
Sherrock.
16 for Fallon Sherrock. So the winning legs certainly aren't a problem. But you feel she's going to need to find something similar here
Seventh final leg.
to
It's
get
Joey
the
to throw
breaker throw that's
first.
required
Game on.
to move her on to 8 points.
Yeah, those 5 missed darts in the opening leg, and then a
60.
poor scoring phase to leg 2 has cost Fallon here, but she's muscled her way back into this.
180.
She did this yesterday as well. She found a very well-timed 180. And that is absolutely perfect when your
100.
opponent kicks off with a 60. If you look at the scoreboard now, she's got 20 points plus the 3 darts in her hand.
It was against Jim Long, wasn't it? 3-all, she kicked off with a max.
81.
I was going to say, but then she followed it with 2 troubleless visits and he got back into it. That last dart, huge from Fallon.
95.
And that 95 from Joey's not enough. because Fallon has stolen the darts here as she charges towards a finish.
85.
It's unusual. She's going to have to do some running repairs because that stem looks beat up and damaged.
Not having a good day with equipment, is she?
83.
Well, I know.
Fallon, you require 155.
Well, that last start for Joey's meant that he's not on a finish. So Fallon is guaranteed 6 darts here. So this is a setup shot, a bit of a free shot. Another one of those.
Coming up after the break, we're going to have the Group A leader, Barry Van Peer, taking on Jim Long.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of Joey Temburg by 4 legs to 3. That moves her on to 8 points. The man already on 8 points is Barry Van Peer. He is the table topper overnight, but victory for Jim Long will mean 3 players will be stuck on that mark after 2 games. It's getting exciting in Group A, and watching this one, Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back to everyone on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for match number 2 on this Tuesday morning in Group A. And it is the leader, Barry Van Peer, taking on the man who was in second overnight but has just been demoted to third with Fallon's win in Jim Long.
First leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Barry has the darts here. So Jim Long's going to have to find something.
56.
Barry was a hard man to break yesterday, Matt.
He was, but I think that's more down to the other players than what Barry did. It wasn't like Barry was playing his absolute best, and we've come to expect quite a lot from Barry Van Peer over the last sort of 6 months or so, and that's down to his own brilliance, and that's all I'm judging him by here when I say that I think he's playing a little bit below par.
39.
I'm judging him by the standards he's been setting this year, and that's not what he's brought here to the Super Series so far. He could be in a spot of problems here if Jim Long can
100.
hit the ground running like he did yesterday. He opened yesterday with an average of 91.38. He also had that 161 finish in there, so
180.
doesn't like this early start. With that, it's a good recovery from Barry Van Peer, who had a ropey first 6. Just brushes that aside.
140.
But Jim Long could be opening with a 12-dart leg again.
Yeah, and
135. Jim, you require
from Barry Van Peer, he's
121.
up against it here. Fabulous first start. 11 or treble. It's 11 for the ball.
96.
Wires the 25.
Barry required
So
91.
Barry Van Peer will be back.
You won't get a dart at the double.
51. Jim, you
Jim
required
Long.
25.
It's an opportunity to break the throw at the earliest opportunity. There'll be 2 darts at double 8. He didn't like that one.
Game
But
shot
you'll
on the
love that
first
one.
lay. Jim Long.
You saw like the puff of the cheeks and the shake of the head. That was because that was a little bit too close for comfort
Second
towards
leg,
the
it's
treble
Jim
9.
to throw first. Game on.
Really good composure there to hit the double 8 at the first time of asking.
Yeah, it was certainly overpitched a little bit of that dart.
43.
Be interesting to see if we can get the lowdown on Jim's flights. Why he's gone. Obviously, I understand the colouring, but why it's 2 red and 1 white in his
140.
flights.
140.
Yeah, I think looking at the... That is right on the wire. Could be a problem.
No score.
3 fantastic efforts there. He's bent the wire down. Couldn't get any closer.
How have they not gone in?
Really good effort, but he will get another opportunity.
100. Jim, you require 40.
He's out of rhythm. He's out of sync. What have you done to us, Jim?
Game shot on the second lay. Jim Long.
The thing that a lot of people don't like playing with different equipment for, though, is they believe that one dart's better than the other. Maybe the white dart's
Third
is
leg, it's
doubling
Barry to
dart.
throw first. Game on.
Well, you should say that because now, in the hand, he's gone back to the red, white, red.
140. 125.
Talking of the flights, though, this is a very good performance from Jim Long, despite the fact of those missed doubles, averaging nearly 100 here against Berry.
134.
So Berry is going to have to find that level that he's been finding all year. He's doing so in this leg. 140 and a 134. Jim is on it today.
140.
You said one of them would make a move. Is Jim Long setting the standards here today that the rest are going to have to try
90.
and get to?
$100. Berry, you require 137.
What way will he go for this? He went some funky ways yesterday. This a lot more traditional.
97.
Puts himself up
Jimmy
tops after
require
12. We said he's going to need
136.
to respond. And this is a response from Berry. But it still might not be enough. Good effort there from Jim Long.
96.
But Van Peer
Berry, you
will get
require
his first
40.
darts at the outer ring.
I know it's early, but you feel this just has to go.
Game shot on the
And
third
no
leg.
mistake
Berry
from
Van Peer.
Bionic Berry, staring down the barrel there, but he found the answers. 3-0, Matt.
Fourth leg, it's Jim
Against
to throw
Jim,
first.
averaging
Game on.
102 would have been almost unthinkable.
Oh, I'd have probably said it was game over at that point. But what he's done is he's just let
100.
Jim Long know that he's not having it all his own way. A 13 dart there from Berry. And Jim Long will be very aware of what's going on in the world of darts. And
97.
the fact that Berry Van Peer right now is arguably one of the best players without a tour card.
Well, funny you should say that. Because
58.
we were talking about that a lot yesterday, and someone was obviously watching us because I had a nice message yesterday from
100.
Steve West. Congratulations, Steve, on your victory at the weekend here, booking your place at Champions Week. And all I got from him was, no, I'm the best without a tour card, with the winky
85.
and pokey out tongue face.
$96.
So you got to be, isn't it? I always believe it's you.
100.
Berry here with a big visit would be favourite to break back.
134.
All of a sudden,
Jimmy require 158.
Barry Vampire has upped his average to near on 99. He's asking the questions again.
I think that's
98.
exactly
Berry
it.
requires
Berry Vampires up
74.
this isn't that Jim Long's come off the pace. He's still throwing around that 100 average. Just that Berry is starting to find his best. A bit awkward there with that lie. Just shuffled across.
54.
Wasn't able
Jimmy
to find
requires
it.
60.
So despite all the brilliance here from Vampire to get back into this, he might be about to go a leg away from losing the match.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Clinical.
Jim Long.
From Jim Long. One dart was all Berry Vampire was offered there. Jim Long.
Fifth leg. It's
He's a
Berry
leg
to throw
away.
first. Game on.
Winning the match and joining Berry and Fallon at the top of the table on 8 points.
You beat me to it there, Matt. If Jim
96.
can see this one out, all of a sudden, Group A at the top is looking rather congested.
It's exactly what we expected, really, with this group. And I think it's probably going to bunch up a little
140.
bit further as well as the day goes on. When you look at a player like Ron Meulenkamp, currently sat in 5th position, he's going to
58.
cause some shocks and some surprises in terms of the table. And I say shocks and surprises in terms of the table because it's no shock or surprise if Ron Meulenkamp beat any of these players in this group.
140.
It would only be in terms of if you're looking at the table or the very, very short-term form line.
140.
This is a 140 fest, the 10th 140 of the match. 7 of them gone the way of Jim Long.
100.
Jim Long's scoring power has been superb here. Okay, there's nothing in the maximum column, but so consistent in and around.
Well, 14 scores of a ton or more.
133.
7 of them have been 140
Jimmy require
or more. Just shows brilliance
121.
and then consistency to mix it all together in the middle.
Treble 17 for the ball, not going to go. So Barry Vampire
57. Berry requires
should
74.
get 1 dart, may get 2 to cut the gap again. He missed this in the last one.
Game
But this
shot on
time
the
makes
fifth
no
leg.
mistake.
Berry Vampire.
Barry Vampire pins the 74. Still trails 3-2, but he'll be thinking, Matt, where was that tops around 2 minutes
Sixth leg.
ago?
It's Jim to throw first. Game
Well, it
on.
was the same situation. The second dart sort of stood up and blocked the tops, and he had to move right across to go around that one. And we see now people
97.
changing the way they throw darts, like Darryl Gurney with a flatty to get the dart out the way. I wonder if there's
96.
an argument for Berry here, because he's having to move to reach the tops. The dart is obscuring the view.
Yeah, we've spoken about the flatty
100.
many times. As a player, how hard is it? 1, to do it and change your grip to be able to do it, but 2, to do it in a match scenario.
45.
I don't think it's literally just sliding the fingers down the bar. The throw stays the same. It's just how it comes out the hand, really, that's different. So I don't think it makes
100.
too much of a difference in that respect, in terms of from the throw. But there's your
100.
big power scores. 16 scores of a ton or more. A lot of the time when you see someone who's got a score tally of 7 plus 140s,
140.
make that 8. Normally they cement them together with some lower shots, the 60s, the 40s, which gives them the opportunity to hit them all 140s. Not
84.
Jim.
Jim, you
Is it 9
require
tons or
64.
more? This is polished. This is brilliantly consistent. And
Game,
it is 2
shot,
points
and
on the board for Jim Long, with an average in excess of 100. The first player to register a 3-figure average this week goes to Jim Long. Berry, improved performance, a 94.94. It was not enough to keep tabs on Jim Long. Coming up next, John Brown takes on Ron Meulenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw a standard bearing match between Jim Long and Berry Van Peer. Long winning by 4 legs to 2, registering the first ton-topping average of the week so far. Berry Van Peer himself, 94.94 average, 2 out of 3 on the doubles wasn't enough. That now means 3 players are all tied on 8 points at the top of the table. Next up for us is the conclusion of the first round of fixtures. It sees John Brown in action up against Ron Meulenkamp. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are, match number 3 of this Tuesday morning session in Group A. And it is the pair looking to make ground on the ones at the top, Ron Meulenkamp and John Brown.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
It is JB who will kick us off.
$100.
I think with John Brown, when we sort of look and we sort of analyse or
140.
look at the journey of what he's doing, I think he's kind of been a victim of his own success. Because when we look
60.
through what he's done, having that PDC Tour card and having a good run at the UK Open and a couple of good wins on the Pro Tour, that's sort of then what you sort of judge him against, and that's sort of like the baseline where I think
66.
realistically, if we're looking at a young man on his journey, it's part of a good long process. But he will be judged now by the media by
100.
that high level of success that he achieved, which I think is kind of a negative by his own positivity.
Noticed a slight equipment change for JB. Let's just see if Meulenkamp can find the max first. Oh, he's gone away from it.
100. Check 94.
Just a
Check 139.
Charlie just correcting himself there. Yeah, yesterday was playing with a white stem. Today's colour coded it with his flights on them for
135.
the purple one.
Ron, you require 156.
The eagle eye notices things like this. A bit geeky when it comes to equipment.
It just makes it look a little bit different on the eye sometimes. If you have a bad day, it just gives a different feel.
82. John, you require 106.
Needed the treble 18 for double 16.
50. Ron, you
So an early
require
break
74.
opportunity for Ron Meulenkamp. 20 for tops. Tops for a break for the bomb.
34.
It's a bit
John, you
erratic.
require 56. Game show on the first
John
leg.
Brown, though.
John Brown.
No mistake on the outer ring. The 56 goes in 2. And he'll take some confidence from that.
Second leg, it's Ron
that
to throw
clean
first.
finish
Game
at the start
on.
of a leg.
Absolutely. Always settles you down getting your first leg, and to do it with those nice little low combinations. Nice settlers.
51. $60.
Again, John, one of the players that's come through the system from the very bottom, starting at the Steve Brown
43.
Academy, as it was then merged to become the JDC,
50.
part of the Target Elite 1 squad, and then development tour, and so on. And that's the path that players from a young age now have the opportunity to take.
Yeah, there's always been these pathways.
60.
When I look back to my days as a youth player, we had Youth County, where we played best of 3. And there was a couple of tournaments tagged onto the back of
100.
these events that played in holiday parks and caravan parks. And I remember when I was doing that, there was senior players to me saying how spoilt we was and how they didn't have these opportunities and they would have liked those, and that was deemed good then. So
60.
the system we've got now is just incredible when you look at the development opportunities that come through from the JDC.
100.
Do like keeping an eye on that advanced tour they've got as well. Some big matches on that, some real talent on show, and some of the talent we've seen transitioning as
60.
well already.
Yeah, some of the standard on the Advanced Tour is just incredible.
60.
But there's a break opportunity here for JB. I'm still not convinced about this Meulenkamp action.
100. John, you require
slow.
131.
And it has slowed down considerably from what I remember watching him on the Euro Tour and the Pro Tour and things like that.
It is slow, it is cautious.
55. Ron, you require 127.
We know, though, this is Charlie's favourite finish, the 127.
And game.
He's not going to get the opportunity to call it, though, today.
43. John, you require
Or he might
76.
do, just not on this occasion. To dart of tops to double his lead.
56. Ron, you require 84.
$14 or treble. Oh, he's missed the big number. And
57.
He's gone
John, you
searching. He's
require
been greedy
20.
instead of making sure of the single.
Game shot on the
And he is
second
punished
leg.
because John Brown steps in, breaks the throw, and it is 2-0.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Well, when we mentioned about games that could potentially have a little bit of an upset value about them, this could be one of them. 13-8, John Brown at the start of play. 4-9, favourite Ron Meulenkamp. John Brown has got a break of throw here, so that means Meulenkamp's going to need 2 if he is going to turn this around and land those sizable odds.
95.
Nice look at the throw and the stance from
60.
John. And Not many moving parts, what I like.
So much lift there when you see a lot of people
58.
focus there on that throw and they'll focus on the elbow position and they'll get the elbows moving. But the elbow's moving because it has to move because the shoulder's moving. The shoulder should be a supporting joint and muscle in
125.
terms of supporting the lever of the arm. In this situation, look, it's going up, 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 up. And he's just changing that release point, that set point. So actually, any extension of the arm in terms of full extension, the dart's always going to go high.
Where John's, it comes back and it's a full extension and follow through. I like that.
You see the angle of the dart going in the board because where that release point is.
60.
The dart should be going on sort of a rainbow arc to the board where this is like an aggressive bend.
100.
Bend it like Meulenkamp. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
No, I can't see it taking on, to be honest.
$100. John, you require 78.
John Brown, 78 points away from a 3-0 lead. Not many people would have predicted that before this, but I tell you one guy who would have predicted it, and that's John Brown.
58.
And
Ron,
as
you
long as John
require
Brown predicts it,
92.
that's all that matters.
2 darts at double 16, and you feel
Game
this
shot
has
on
to
the third
go.
leg.
And it
Ron
does go.
Meulenkamp.
There's a break back for Ron Meulenkamp. But JB will just be thinking of the dart.
Fourth leg, it's
that he
Ron
had
to
for
throw
3-0.
first. Game on. $140.
See, that is the way to negotiate this lift for Ron Meulenkamp. If you're looking for a short-term fix,
85.
power in that throw. And he threw those with a bit of venom.
Look at players that have had
100.
technical issues, and the one that really springs to mind is Martin Schindler, where beforehand the elbow was very high, the dart was sighted out
140.
of vision, but he went away, he's worked so hard, and now it's normal level, and the dart is sighted at eye level, and we're seeing what Martin Schindler can produce by just addressing that technical issue.
60.
Is the way the
140.
game is going and evolving and growing. I think it should have been done a long time ago, to be honest. I think we're seeing it now just due to the prize money that's available now. People can afford to hire
96. John, you
sports
require
scientists and coaches now.
136. $58. Ron, you require 105.
Brian can't find the treble, so Meulenkamp looking at 105.
That is one of the only places he could have thrown that and sort of left himself nothing. There's not many options on the board. Could have had a 3, a 2.
45. John,
Either
you
one would have
require
left him a dart at the
78.
ball if he'd have got a treble. A very unfortunate miss there for Meulenkamp, but once again it's 1 dart at the double for John Brown.
38. Ron, you require 60.
20 for tops for Meulenkamp and a level game. Got to move across to make the angle. Can't find it. Last start at 10s. Big moment here.
Game shot on the
And it's a
fourth
big
leg.
moment that Ron Meulenkamp is up to. There was pressure on that dart and he pins it level again at 2-all.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
You look at
96.
this game, Matt, we're level at 2-all, but John Brown could be walking off now. He's had darts to win each of the 4 legs.
60.
He has been first down to the finishers, but not been able to take them. They have just been the odd dart here and there. It's not like he's been missing handfuls.
59.
But when you're playing someone who you're sort of on par with in terms of your running averages, that's what you're going to get.
56.
Oh, Meulenkamp just seems to be playing like a man who's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
140. $45.
John Brown got plenty in hand here. 140 points. Plus what you can
58.
find. So even a maximum for Meulenkamp, and you'd say advantage John Brown.
46. John, you require
That certainly is not
148.
For Meulenkamp. So John Brown is not going to take out the 148, but he can just set this up.
60.
Disappointed there's no treble in there. But it's only really a maximum that hurts him in this situation.
He's a long way off of that.
82. John, you require 88.
Ironically, the frustrated dart's the one that lands in the treble. Well, there's a sign that
48.
John Brown just loves the tops. Not even entertaining another route.
$45. John, you require
So to
40.
lead again, John Brown looking at tops, comes inside.
Game shot on the
Finds
fifth
double
leg.
10.
John Brown.
John Brown leads once again 3-2.
Sixth leg. It's Ron to throw first. Game on.
We say about Ron Meulenkamp looking under pressure and looking like he's not really settling into it. It's not like he's
100.
been in bad form this year. He's sat sixth in terms of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, which has seen him get some Pro Tour invites. He's played on 4 Players' Championships
98.
events so far this year. And he was even invited this week to play on the PDC Pro Tour. He could have been playing there this afternoon over in Germany, but opted to come here to the Super Series.
180.
And right on cue, find some super darts. First maximum of the day there for Meulenkamp. He hit 7 yesterday. So
99.
That's certainly not a box that he's struggling in.
Speaking of that Pro Tour, congratulations to Jared Cole, who received a call up today, one of our Super Series regulars.
125. $95. Ron, you require 96.
Happy Accident still has an out, but can't take it.
36. $54. Ron, you
Looks as
require
if we're going to go all
60.
the way. If Meulenkamp can take care of this 60, it's going to get 2 darts at double top.
Game shot on
Only
the
needs
sixth
the one.
leg. Ron
We are
Meulenkamp.
going all the way. 3 apiece. We have a 1-leg shootout, Matt.
The doubles certainly haven't been
Seventh
a
and
problem
final
for
leg.
Ron
It's John to throw
Meulenkamp in this
first.
game.
Game on.
60%, 3 from 5. Yesterday, he was 1 in 3, which is where we say you need to be if you're going to be successful here at the Super
100.
Series. 15 hits from his 45 attempts.
Both of our first
17.
2 games have gone against the darts.
That was snatchy. Very, very snatchy from Ron
140.
Meulenkamp.
Yeah,
And
I
if
didn't like it.
If he was feeling a bit of tension, he's not going to enjoy seeing that 140 from John Brown.
125.
Fantastic recovery there, though. 4 darts in, he'd scored 22 points with not one well-thrown dart. But we've got to focus on the well-thrown darts. They are all going the way of John Brown. What a deciding leg. He's left 81 after 9 darts. For a man that's only won
59.
one match out of his
John,
5,
you require 81.
this is quality.
Just slipped the wrong side.
No score.
That's unlucky, Matt. 2 well thrown darts at 2 doubles and just the wrong side, and he busts the score.
Unfortunate, but fortunate the fact that he scored so well in this leg that he's
60.
got plenty of
John,
time.
you require
He's got a minimum
81.
6 darts still from here.
Doesn't need to go the 12 and ball. Finds the treble 10 to leave double 16.
65.
We'll be back. And that's not a region of the board we've seen him in too often.
And you can just see he's not happy with this, Rob Meulenkamp. He's really not producing this final
100.
leg. Still a long way
John,
back.
you require 16.
John Brown, double 8 to get the job done.
Game,
And
shot,
John Brown
and
picks
the
up
match.
his second
John
victory
Brown.
of his campaign. A 4-3 success there over Rob Meulenkamp. A very impressive last leg, got down to 81 after 9 darts. Real good scoring power under pressure. His first maximum in that leg as well. Well done to John Brown. And coming up next, we've got Jim Long and Joey Temburg.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Roy Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
It's already been a morning littered with drama at the Super Series. There's another last leg decider between John Brown and Ron Meulenkamp, and it was John Brown who came out the victor by 4 legs to 3. That picks up his second win of the group. This is how the table lies then for the first round of fixtures for the day, and already we're beginning to see kind of 2 leagues of 3. Now, Barry Van Peer and Jim Long are both level on points and legs difference. Van Peer ahead on legs 1. Van and Sherrock only a leg behind on that leg difference on 8 points. However, the next round of fixtures could be very interesting indeed because it kicks off with Jim Long. It's Joey Temburg who on 8 and 4 respectively. Temburg can cut that gap back down to 2 points. Watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone. And in a couple of minutes' time, Group A could have a new leader if Jim Long can back up his victory over Barry Van Peer with a victory against Joey Temburg, he will temporarily go top of the table, Matt. And I get the feeling these three could swap positions quite a lot over the next 48 hours.
Henry asked me a question at the start of the day. Who do you think is going to make a move? I think Jim Long thinks he's going to be the man to make the move. What a performance in that opening game. A
First leg, it's Jim to throw
average
first.
of 100.
Game on.
7 in victory over probably one of the most informed players in the world right now, Barry Van Peer. A man that only knows winning.
85. $123.
Yeah, just looking at the overall table, it is so tight at the top. Barry Van Peer currently top by a leg in the legs
125
column. He's won 20 legs. He's won 21 legs. Jim Long
45.
20. Fallon Sherrock 19. All sat on +3.
60.
Still stand by my statement I made yesterday that I don't really think the league table is going to have too much
100.
relevance till about game number 12 or 13. I think until then it's going to flip-flop, move around quite a lot. And everyone's going to be beating each other.
100.
Jim down to a finish first on his darts, but it's going to be under some pressure.
140.
After
Jim, you
that,
require
140
131.
from Joey. Looking for the 51 tops route.
91. Joey, you require 93.
Going to get 2 darts.
Game shot on the
double
first
18.
leg.
And
Joey
we have a break
Temburg.
of throw for Joey Temburg. The 93 was clinical. It was a 14 dart break of throw
Second
for
leg,
the
it's Joey
Dutchman.
to throw first. Game on. $140.
This is impressive from Joey. He seems to be throwing with, like we keep saying, when he gets a bit more pace into the arm and into the action, he seems to be throwing a lot better. And he's
100.
Throwing with that pace and purpose here.
Yeah, you can see he's growing in confidence game by game here at the Super Series. Was a little bit of the
59.
unknown yesterday. I don't think he knew what to expect. But you can just see the confidence is now flowing in him.
60. $140.
This is brilliant. He has found 3 140s in a leg and a half.
140.
The eyes was drawn to Jim Long on the back of that 100 average he posted in the last game, but was the eyes of the players drawn to him as well?
65.
Has it made him a bit of a target?
At 97 is going to be under extreme pressure.
139. Joey, you require 97.
And looking at treble 19, finds it, tops for 2-0. Last one, 10s.
87.
And he's gone inside.
Jim, you require 62.
Doesn't seem like a big finish 62, but it can just be a bit awkward. If you miss that treble with the first dart, you only get the 1 dart at the double.
Game shot on
It's
the
all that
second
Jim Long
leg.
needs.
Jim Long.
Nice finish there, that 62. As you saw, the breakdown of it doesn't always work out too friendly.
Third leg, it's
You
Jim
don't
to
get that
throw
treble
first.
with the opening
Game
dart.
on.
It's as good as taking out a ton plus.
Yeah, he wasn't behind for long. Joey Temburg missed 2 darts for a 2-0 lead.
55.
Jim Long stepped in to punish.
Sometimes you can look at finishers and look at just the numbers of the finish.
180.
And it can sometimes seem easier than it actually is. That hasn't deflected this
81.
performance here from Joey. It's his first max of the match. 5th of the week so far.
100.
Going to have a third break of throw in a row.
60.
This trend started yesterday and it's just carrying on, Matt.
54.
Well, that could have gone anywhere, but it's actually landed somewhere. That leaves him a finish still. So in our last game, dart landed in an area
138. Joey
on one of the only
required
areas that would have left a no
167.
finish.
$97.
So
Jimmy required 167.
Temburg couldn't take out his go at 167. Says Jim Long, over to you. It's not going to go either.
60. Joey requires 70.
He'll stay in the area most likely. He's in 58 and tops.
Game shot on the third
Another
leg.
good finish there
Joey
from
Temburg.
Joey Temburg. When he's getting down to doubles, they've been good for the last couple of days. The problem was getting
Fourth leg,
down
it's
there.
Joey to throw
However,
first.
that problem seems to have been
Game on.
solved for Joey Temburg, who's averaging 101.80. By far his best performance so far this week. But also, I
86.
say Jim Long seems to be getting embroiled in some high-quality battles because he needed 100 average to beat Very Vampire 4-3 in our opener.
Yeah, good
95.
signs here for Joey Temburg. As you said, Matt, getting better and better in this campaign.
43.
As we have completed one cycle
60.
of fixtures. Remember, tickets are available for Saturday night here at the Live Lounge, dartshop.tv, or
60.
if you are available to scan that QR code, it will take you straight to the page on dartshop.tv. Remember, tickets are free. Just a small booking fee
180.
as Jim Long piles in a maximum. Will he be one of the players here
59.
on Saturday night?
Just having a look through the archives to see
134.
what Joey Tenberg's best TV average is. It was a 97.74. So could be on course
140.
notch one
Jimmy
better than
required
that.
32.
But Jim Long is on course to level us up.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jim Long.
Breaks of throw continue. 4 on the spin. 2 of our first 3
Fifth leg,
games
it's
have
Jim
gone
to throw
against the
first.
darts.
Game on.
Is there something in the air?
$92.
Bit of Phil Collins there from Phil Bars.
Can't be a bit of the Collins. Euro Tour Classic.
180.
Third maximum of this match. 2-1 to Joey Tenberg.
I tell you, it was interesting. I went to
60.
the Euro Tour at Risa. You know, the Euro Tour set list is quite established now. We know what
60.
they're like. We have a rendition of Angels, a little bit of Phil Collins. Do you know the new favourite on the Euro Tour? When I first heard it played, I was like, how is this ever going to work? Halfway through, the arena was on its feet, singing along to
140.
every word. Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On.
100.
I was in a venue not too long ago in the middle of the country, and they played it in a club. Seems to be a bit of a popular thing at the minute.
140. Joey, you require 161.
Never thought I'd see the day where German
90.
darts crowd were on their
Jimmy
feet to Celine.
requires 69.
Jim Long
Game
tops
shot on the 5th lay.
to go in front.
Jim Long.
And that is exactly what the gentleman has done. Some turnaround here for Jim Long. As his
6th leg,
average
it's
creeps
Joey
up
to
to
throw
nearly
first.
97.
Game on.
15 dart hole to throw. He's going to be tough to beat today, Matt.
There's nothing gentle about this, is there? 100 in his
85.
opening game and, well, 97 in this one. 3 from 3 on the doubles. Could be the first player to record the 100% match on the outer ring. We always
100.
get one a week.
There's always a check-in at the finishing clinic.
140.
And even if Joey is to go on and lose this game, there's a lot of positives that can be taken. And I'm certainly not writing him off early yet. A man averaging 98 and his averages have been
45.
up by that 100 point for the whole of this match. It's been a really good performance from Joey.
Yeah, averaging 98.812
60.
maximums and 50% on the outer ring. It's very, very good. But this is also exceptional from Jim Long.
140.
2-0 down, he's just been irresistible.
180.
Well, that's how you resist it. You hit a maximum to leave yourself a solo dart at the double. Coming back for 36. Average back again over the top.
95.
3 180s.
Joey required 36.
It looks like it's going all the way.
Game shot on the
It is
6th
now.
lay. Joey Temburg.
Joey Temburg pins the double 18. First time of asking.
7th and final leg. It's Jim to throw
We are
first.
in
Game
a
on.
one dart shootout for the points. Jim Long has the darts. Starts off with a huge
140.
2 treble visit.
$125.
Temburg is going absolutely nowhere.
You have one of those straight back at you. This is a quality affair. And Jim Long's probably thinking, what have I done this morning? Have I
60.
upset somebody? Because he's playing the best of everybody so far.
41.
But in a game of fine margins, is that a mistake?
It is when Jim Long's also got a little arrow next to his name, signalling that he's throwing first.
100.
This needs to be 2 trebles. There's 1. Can you work off of that?
100.
You'll be disappointed after that first start. It seemed destined to be more.
Jim still needs to deliver here.
60.
In the treble there. Has just opened the door. Joey has had 8 big power scores of 140 or more, 3 of those being 180s.
83.
That would have been the perfect time
Jimmy
to have put
required
another one in.
141.
Here we are, the business end of the deciding leg. The 141 from Jim Long is not going to go. So Joey Temburg will get a
63.
chance at the
Joey required
152.
152.
Won't go this time around. So Jim Long should get match darts.
40.
Will it be 1 or will it be 2, Matt?
Jimmy requires 78.
Whatever it is, there's going to be a little less urgency on this than there should have been, because Temburg would have been hoping to leave himself a 2-darter there. He's left himself a 3. Jim Long, so far, has only needed 1 dart at the double. He's not missed one in this match.
58.
But that one's a long way off.
Joey
And
required
this is where
112.
that previous visit from Temburg, the last 4 darts, only 43 points. He won't be getting a dart at the double. And with the doubling stats that Jim Long's been throwing, you'd expect
55.
they're gonna be the last darts he throws in this
Jimmy
match.
required 20.
Jim Long double 10 to go clear at the top of the table for the first time. 1 dart left, and it's the tricky switch to double 5.
15.
And he's gone inside, and you can see what it means to him.
Joey
He knows
required 57.
that was a huge moment.
With Doubles have been his friend. They've been going right for him all that time. It let him
shots,
down when it meant
and
the
the
most.
match,
And
Joey
Joey
Temburg.
Temburg puts in the performance of the week so far for himself. An average that is nearly as good as the best we've seen from him in a TV game before. 95.5, complemented by the 3 180s. It's 2 points on the board for him. And we move our attentions forward to Fallon Sherrock and Ron Meulenkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where have we just seen our first twist of the day as Joey Temburg put in a fantastic performance and averaged just under 96 to get the better of Jim Long by 4 legs to 3. In fact, we could have played a maximum of 28 legs so far today. We have played 27 of them. We're certainly getting our money's worth here at the Super Series today. Our 5th match then sees Fallon Sherrock in action up against Ron Meulenkamp. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So Fallon Sherrock returns to the stage, looking to build on her opening win against Ron Meulenkamp. And after Jim Long's defeat, Matt, there's a chance here for Fallon to go top of the table.
I think this table's going to flip-flop and turn quite a lot throughout the day, throughout this whole group. And there's sort of no guarantees really in this group. I think that's one thing we're seeing as well, that if you are playing along
First
at home,
leg,
you're
it's
going to have a
Fallon to
tricky
throw
time
first.
with this one.
Game on.
We've seen a few odds turned over already today. This one, they almost don't want to have a play in it. The odds compilers going 5 to 6 apiece. They're bailing
45.
out. They've had enough.
$59.
Fallon has the darts in this one,
45.
but not started particularly well.
$100.
This is a task that she requested herself. She wanted the full week. She wanted to be here to get lots of games in.
60.
Not just come down for the evening sessions. We've seen in the past that she'll come down and play those evening sessions, travel back home and come back down the next day and do it in little blocks. She has a bit of commitment into this one.
94.
She's staying over here for the week. Trying to fine-tune herself and get herself
60.
ready for the task of defending that Women's World Match Play next month in Blackpool.
Yeah, all eyes and roads lead to the hallowed Winter Gardens.
140. $180. Ron, you require 108.
All of a sudden, after a terrible scoring visit to the start of this one, Fallon Sherrock bangs in a max to apply
48.
pressure.
Fallon, you
Well,
require
she never hit a treble in
111.
12 darts and hits all 3 in the treble.
Treble 17 would have left tops.
51. Ron, you require 60.
Meulenkamp looking at 60 to break in the opening leg. 20 and tops. Above, can you work off of it?
40.
Over adjusted.
Fallon, you require 60.
Same target for Fallon Sherrock. Now 10's last dart.
Game
And
shot on the
finds it.
first low.
And that's a
Fallon
bit of an
Sherrock.
escape there for Fallon Sherrock. She holds in a leg. She was never really in until that maximum.
Second leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
And that just puts a bit more woes and misery on Von Meulenkamp, who really does not look like a guy that's enjoying this debut campaign.
81. $100.
It's a good adjustment from Fallon there. That first dart could have been a blocker, but she found a way to the treble.
$59.
That first dart is absolutely perfect.
125.
You was expecting there, wasn't you? Expecting to hear Charlie Courstefine give us the big 180 call.
I was expecting it.
60.
The 180 call we've heard across Premier League stages quite a bit this year.
Yeah, congratulations to Charlie. A
100.
real breakthrough year for him. Seen him on the UK Open stage, the Premier League and Euro Tour. Just a matter of time till we see him on stages like the Winter Gardens, I feel.
100.
Absolutely. One of the best referees in the game at the moment. You're
140.
watching one of the best female players in the game at the moment. Leave herself a double F18 after just 12 darts. You were saying yesterday that you expected her to leave this one.
130.
So over to
Fallon,
you, Phil
require
Bars.
36.
She leaves Old Faithful. But it's not there. The switch to 9s. Last dart
18.
doesn't go. So
Ron, you
Meulenkamp
require 71.
has a chance he probably wasn't expecting. 18 for tops and a level game.
51.
Can't find it.
Fallon, you require 18. Game shot on the second low.
Much
Fallon
better there
Sherrock.
from Fallon. Steps up and polishes off the double 9. No contemplation of a split in her mind.
Third
Just
leg,
one
it's
of those
Fallon to
players
throw
that'll just go
first.
straight for it
Game on.
and gets the instant reward. But how ironic that you've been teeing this up for about 26 hours for Fallon Sherrock to leave 36.
180.
She does. It didn't go in. They all did go in, though. A second maximum of the game for Fallon Sherrock. Puts her on to 8 for the week. That's the joint best in terms of 180
85.
hitting.
I do like the fact that she has broadened her game, though, because at times she did everything possible to leave double 18, and maybe in the
99.
wrong circumstances at times, where now she's comfortable, whether that's tops, 16s. It's something that she has added to her arsenal.
The thing is, the more tools
100.
you've got in the box, the more jobs you can do. If you're a builder turning up with a hammer, there's only so many jobs you can do. But if you've got a screwdriver and a spanner, and
81.
you can certainly get more done.
What about a bulldozer?
Yeah, I think that'd be more demolishing than building.
60. Fallon, you require 141.
I think Going Price has got the bulldozer at the moment, has it, for the darts?
Yeah, we saw him get back from America.
81.
Straight back to work on his properties that he's doing up. A man that's invested his money wisely.
180. Fallon, you require 60.
But it might mean nothing. As Fallon has 2 darts at tops.
40.
That was for 3 now.
Ron, you require
So out of
76.
nowhere, an opportunity for Ron Meulenkamp.
Roles reversed from leg 1 here, where Fallon did the same.
40. Fallon, you require 20.
Long way off there from Meulenkamp. It looked like he
Game
was
shot
trying
on
to
the
play
third
loopy.
lay. Fallon
And he'll
Sherrock.
be feeling like he's going loopy here. He's 3-0 down to Fallon Sherrock. And Fallon did take a heavy defeat at the end
Fourth
of
leg, it's
yesterday.
Ron
A
to throw
4-0 defeat
first.
to
Game on.
Joey Temburg. And in this group where there's hardly anything separating the players, a big win like this, if you can convert this into a 4-0, 4-1,
40.
could put her in a healthy position. But those players that are battling out for the top of the table.
137.
And she's moving through the gears here.
$100.
That 21 dart first leg killed the average, but since then, Matt, it's been very good.
140.
This has been the best performance we've seen so far from Fallon this week. She did have a 87 in her opening game
100.
yesterday, which was also in victory. This has gone over the 90 mark and continues to climb.
140.
Leaves 84 after just 9. Ron Meulenkamp needs a big visit to apply the pressure.
140. Fallon, you
good.
require 84.
Treble 17 recovery dart needed. It's not going to go.
48.
So the pressure from
Ron, you require
Meulenkamp has given him this
121.
opportunity, Matt.
That slip on the first dart there from Fallon meant she couldn't even have the dart at the ball. And it won't be a dart at the ball from
81.
Meulenkamp. For the second time
Fallon, you
today,
require
he misses the
36.
big number.
Game,
Match
shots,
start for Fallon
and the
Sherrock.
match.
She
Fallon
left Old
Sherrock.
Faithful double 18, and this time it is found. Fallon Sherrock moves to 10 points and top of Group A. There's the average, 91.09, 40% on the outer ring. Coming up after the break, Barry Van Peer will get the chance to move level with Fallon as he takes on John Brown.
back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock has got the better of one Meulenkamp by 4-0, securing victory there in that one. We can have a look at some of the stats from that particular performance from the Queen of the Palace. A 91.09 average and 2 maximums to her name. 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. Very impressive stuff indeed for the Queen of the Palace, who has made it 2 from 2 in the victory column today. Right, next up for us, we're going to see Barry Van Peer in action. Now, he lost out first up against Jim Long in his opening game. We can actually have a look at some of his stats for yesterday. As you see, 86 average for the day, 31% when it came to the double, 7 maximums as well. He treated us and threatened the 9 on a couple of occasions as well. So, Barry Van Peer looking to get his first victory of the day. Now, he takes on John Brown. Now, he got the better of Ron Meulenkamp in his opening matchup of the day. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Phil.
Thank you, Henry. John Brown sure did. He won that last game, and he won it with the best performance we've seen from him so far, a 95.57 in his victory over Ron Meulenkamp. But is this the point where we now start to see Barry Van Peer work through the gears? He's a man who is in flying form this year. 4 Challenge Tour titles. He's pretty much secured the position at the top of the Challenge Tour even at this early part of the year, which would secure him a return back to the PDC Pro Tour, a place in the World Championships at Alexandra Palace. So all looking up for Barry Van Peer. But
first leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Turn around, back-to-back defeats. He lost his last game yesterday and his first game today.
And
100.
Since that first win yesterday, he's not top of the table, so has to react to that as well.
42.
He's now chasing.
$140.
By the numbers there, the stats that was produced from Berry across yesterday's play.
40.
It's got to be said, the way he's been playing this season, he's probably dropped about 5 points off of his average for yesterday's play.
61.
Put in a good performance in his first game today. That was against Jim Long, but Jim Long found the ton.
59.
You will be aware, though, of the form
58.
line of John Brown.
180. Barry, you require 142.
Another one of those. Would have left him tops. We'll try and talk you through the routes
82.
that Barry Van Peer's going, but some of them confuse me. That one a little bit simpler, though. The 2 treble 17s.
41.
Seen him go
Barry,
some
you require
interesting,
60.
quirky ways.
40. John, you require 139.
It's only a setup shot here for John
99.
Brown. He's going to have to rely
Barry
on
required
missed starts
20.
here from Barry Van Peer. Did start off yesterday quite slow on the doubles.
Game shot on the
That's not
first leg.
the pattern
Barry
today.
Van Peer.
A 1-0 lead for Barry Van Peer. But what's your stance, Phil, on when
Second leg, it's John to throw
players are
first.
switching
Game
a
on.
lot on the big outs? Because personally, when I look at that, I think you've just been stood in the practice room, probably throwing at treble
83.
20 most of the time. You'll play 97% of the game on the treble 20. And then when you get to a finish, you start chasing around trebles you've not really
140.
been throwing at.
Yeah, I don't get some finishes that I fully get and appreciate.
60.
Like the 142, the 2 treble 17s. I understand that, but we go back to the 124 as a principle.
57.
I don't get the 14s route. I literally just don't get it.
Yeah, I
96.
don't see the benefit. And there was a shot as well yesterday, I think it was 102, that he decided to go for the treble 18.
Yeah.
100.
We just looked at each other as if to say, really?
Well, I think that's probably the only dart I've seen him throw at treble 18 so far this week.
58.
And don't think that that list of peculiar finishing is finished. Expect there's going to be plenty more
32.
shots throughout the week that we're just going to look at and try and work out what's he trying to achieve or what the breakdowns are.
140. 132.
Tees up tops
John, you require 64.
Superbly. Will he get a go? Because John Brown has a dart,
Game
double
shot on the
16,
second low.
and
John
finds it.
Brown.
That is superb from John Brown, especially after the setup play
Third
for
leg,
Barry
it's Barry
Van
to throw
Peer.
first.
JB just
Game
brushes
on.
it off and levels up.
$140. 140. 125. 140.
This one is warming up nicely now. Nipping along at a good pace.
94.
Yeah, and John looks as if he's settled here after that finish.
Yeah, it looks like he's growing into the
134.
experience.
Very
He has played the
required
Super Series before and
142.
reached through to Saturday night's finals. Yeah, on the abacus. 75 left, so he might be back down on the treble 17 to lead the double 12.
82. John, you require
I think
87.
he even confused himself that occasion.
Yeah, I think he bamboozled himself there.
And a dart wayward there from John Brown. A big fat 20 would have left him the ball.
72. Berry requires
Went
60.
for the treble. A little bit greedy there from John Brown potentially,
Game
especially
shot on
after
the
he hit the
third
ball.
low. Berry
And
Van
you
Peer.
don't need to give Barry Van Peer a second invitation. He will bite your hand off.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
Yeah, it's a
Game on.
14 dart holder throw for Barry Van Peer.
131. 100.
Surely that's just plonk one alongside.
140.
I tell you, when Barry Van Peer's in this mood,
180.
he is very rhythmical and just so watchable.
I love watching players that play with a bit of pace and like
45.
on form prime Adrian Lewis.
No better sight in darts.
42.
Sloppy one there from Berry.
Over the years, there was just certain
60.
players that gelled, and any version of Michael Van Gogh and Gary Anderson and Adrian Lewis against each other was just majestic.
51. John, you require 125.
Treble 20 will give him a dart at the tops.
50.
Oh, it's another wayward
Berry, you
dart there. That
require
one's hit the flight.
128.
That was not a badly thrown dart. It was just unfortunate it hit the back of the equipment.
I was going to say, should have started 18, but with Barry Van Peer, I wasn't convinced where the
39.
first start was going to
John,
go.
you require 75.
Oh, I was looking at the entire board. Good dart there for John Brown. Buys him 2. Gives him an extra dart at this double
Game
12.
shot
He
on the
only needs
fourth
the one.
lay. John Brown.
Good, clean finish there from John Brown to level this match up. And Berry, who was a
Fifth
massive
leg, it's Berry
favourite for
to throw
this,
first.
certainly
Game on.
isn't looking like a man that was a 1-5 favourite right now.
We said this yesterday. I'm not a favourite of those
140.
huge prices in a 2-horse short course race.
140.
John Brown's average now over the 92 mark, and so far this has
84.
been his best performance of the week as well, and he's growing in confidence all the time. That one didn't leave the fingers particularly well.
26.
Cursed him.
$43.
This is the last fixture in our 7th lap of fixtures, so this is where the league table starts to take a little bit of shape. And I can tell you
180.
now that Alan Sherrock, Jim Long and Jerry Tenburg will be quite interested here if John Brown can get a victory. I'll say that.
45. John,
I
you
don't think
require
Fallon's the sort of person,
155.
really, that'll know what the table looks like at the moment.
She'll be sat in that practice room,
97.
gassing away, not even looking at what is going on stage.
89. John, you require 58.
Tops for a breaker throw. 10s last start in hand.
48.
JB can't find it.
Barry, you require 100.
And Barry Van Peer is not a man you want to give a second chance to.
He's yet to record a finish of 100 or more so far. We'll have to wait
60.
a little bit longer if he's going to
John,
tick
you
that column
require
and tick
10.
that box. 5 to take the lead in this one. To break the throw.
Game
at
shot
a
on the
very
fifth
crucial
leg.
time.
John
A
Brown.
big dart there for John Brown. Finds it with the last one in hand. And he now has the big
Vegas, John
advantage
to
here.
throw first. Game
As he
on.
goes favourite in this match for the very first time.
Also showed a lot of composure on that last start.
85.
Composure and quality. Was a bit awkward. He had to sort of power that one through.
121.
And again, Barry Van Peer just asking
60.
the questions right now.
$100.
As he's forged in front slightly on the brown darts. However,
140.
140 response from JB.
97. $60.
No treble, does leave a finish, but it's a biggie. However, Barry can leave something easier with a decent visit here.
95. John, you
was
require
kind of bare minimum, that.
156.
Yeah, he needed a big dart there and he found it. But
140.
what a visit there from John
Barry,
Brown.
you require 88.
All the chips are down.
Barry Van Peer, 18. Or treble. And he's
81.
missed. So John Brown will be
John,
coming
you
back
require 16.
for match darts at 88. Stares it down.
Game,
And
shot,
only needs
and
one
the match.
dart.
John Brown.
And John Brown has won back-to-back games here this Tuesday morning as he settles his best performance of the week so far, averaging 89.42 in a 4-2 success. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Ron Meulenkamp against Jim Long.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it has been quite the eventful morning so far at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar has been describing all of the action down in the commentary box. We thought it was going to be a group that would cancel each other out. We thought it was going to be a group littered with drama. We have had exactly that this morning.
Exactly what you said. It's been a group that are sort of beating everybody. It's what we predicted at the very start, really. There's no surprise here. This is exactly what I said would happen at the very beginning of play on Monday morning, and it's going to continue all the way through to tomorrow. I don't think there's anyone going to pull away in this group, and I think even all the way through to the places in terms of the groupings, this is going to be tight.
It most certainly is. And we can have a look at the results so far this morning here. And it kicked off with that 4-3 victory for Fallon Sherrock. And then elsewhere, we've seen some surprises at that top end.
Yeah, and I think one of the surprises, really, I say surprises, is the Barry Van Peer back-to-back defeats today as well. He lost his last game yesterday as well, so he's on a run of 3 defeats. I think it's surprising when we look at the odds and the expectancy in terms of that, but I think also when we look deeper and we look at the form line and what he's producing here, we know it's not what he's been producing all year long. And as a player yourself, you can sort of look at those situations and go, well, I know right now he's not going to be feeling too happy with that situation, and he's going to be wondering where that A-level performance is. And right now he's not finding that, and he's got himself now into a position where the rest of the group's now got points on the board, and he's going to have to produce something very quick if he's going to keep in that running for that top spot.
Let's see what that does then in terms of the league standings then. After 2 rounds of matches for all of our players, it now sees Fallon Sherrock as the pacemaker.
She's been playing really well today as well. It's the moments that she's been winning. When games get really tight or she needs to produce something, she's found a 180 on 2 occasions when she's really needed to as well. She's been very good on the double-in. And those moments, that game against Joey Temburg in the first game, that was a really tight game. And towards the back end, there was both really finding their very best. And she's just found enough on all these occasions so far. And she's looking very good and good value for the top of the table.
2 different types of victories. That first one against Joey Temburg, that 4-3, helped in part by that 1-5-2 finish. When it mattered, she found the right stuff.
It's exactly what I was just saying there, that it's when it matters the most and the chips are down, she seems to be playing her cards the best at the moment. And that's what this group's going to come down to, because I don't think there's a player in here that's a class act above the rest of the people, or someone that's got an A game or a ceiling that's above anybody else that's in this group. It's a well-balanced level group. So it's going to come down to a finish like that, or well-timed 180, or like we've seen in other games, like a 78, where you just get 1 dart in hand at a double. These are the things that are going to separate these players.
As for Barry Van Peer, 2 defeats from 2 so far today, losing that last game against John Brown. That's now 3 defeats on the spin, and it's a slide that he's going to have to arrest quite quickly.
It would be concerning, and it should be slightly concerning in context of Group A, but what it won't be concerning for is in the fact of the year and the journey he's on at the moment. He's used to winning. And he's been winning a lot recently. He's been winning on everything he's been playing in, whether that's WDF events or on the PDC Challenge Tours. And when you've been winning like that, you don't care too much when you lose a couple of games. You can take that, you can roll with that a little bit. So when you're on a downer and you're losing games consistently, that you just think, how am I going to get out of this? He knows how to get out of it. He's done it many times before. I expect to see him here on Saturday.
As for John Brown, consequently, he's been another player who's really hit the straps today.
He's playing better. John Brown is looking better in terms of his form. He's throwing the darts with a bit more purpose as well, a little bit more force on there. He's not just throwing in, like yesterday, it looked like he was throwing and hoping, like a bit floaty. Today, he's throwing the darts with purpose and with meaning, and he's throwing much better.
Well, next up for us, it is Ron Meulenkamp in action up against Jim Long. As for Jim, it feels like he's been the standard bearer today, even though he's only won 1 of his 2 matches.
He's been involved in 2 really good games so far today. He had 100 average in his first game. He backed that up with a good performance in the last, and I think he's good value in this one.
Well, let's see how this one plays out then. It's Ron Meulenkamp up against Jim Long in the company of this man, Matthew Edgar, and Phil Bars in the commentary box.
Welcome back, everyone. And as the boys said, upstairs, Jim Long looking to join Fallon Sherrock on 10 points in Group A. Ron Meulenkamp looking to go level with John Brown and Joey Temburg. So all to play for different reasons in this tie. So far today, it is Fallon Sherrock and John Brown both winning 2 from 2. Jim Long has a 50% record, and Ron Meulenkamp looking for his first victory. So all to do here.
First leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
Matt has bombed it down the stairs and got his steps in.
I have bombed it down as well because I like to try and flag up a bit of value. I think there's value in this game. Even money on Jim Long to beat Ron Meulenkamp. I think
55.
the way the day's been going, I think this one should have been in Barzi's bets at the start of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think evens is a very good price.
125.
There's been a few concerns throughout this campaign about the action of Ron Meulenkamp, but there's no problem with it at all there. A full house for Ron Meulenkamp on just his second visit. And it would be so fitting of Jim Long and Jim Long's day if Ron Meulenkamp found his best performance of the day so far, because that's kind of been the trend here for Jim Long. He's averaging nearly 96 for the day. He's only got 2 points.
87.
Yeah, people are finding their best, but they're having to find their best against the gentleman from Canada.
100.
It's all about the setup play for both here.
99.
Not bad for Meulenkamp. Leaves 80. What can Jim Long leave? Another.
100. Ron, you require 80.
Both as you were.
That is a mistake from Meulenkamp. It's only going to be a dart at the bullseye.
45.
If it stayed
Jim,
straight,
you
you'd have got a dart at the double.
76.
Much bigger target tops compared to the bull. Going to be 2 darts for Jim Long, who opens game strong.
Leg.
And he
Jim
opens this
Long.
one strong with a 14 dart leg to break the throw of Ron Meulenkamp at the first
Second
time
leg,
of
it's Jim
asking.
to throw first.
And it goes back to
Game
that
on.
first dart that Ron Meulenkamp threw. It's a mistake. It was a treble 5. Only got a dart at the bullseye. It's criminal on 80.
60.
When we had a word earlier on with Jim Long, and we asked him how he felt his first day went, he said that he felt like he was struggling a little bit
30.
with darts going into the 5s. And it looks like he's corrected that today by throwing firmer. Seems to be throwing the darts a little bit
100.
harder. They seem to go in the board a little bit deeper.
Instead of trying to float them, you're actually propelling them,
Exactly.
doing a whitlock.
Being in control of the dart rather than
140.
letting it be in the air a bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, look at players at the top level and that arc them and float them. Johnny Clayton is just like
95.
a torpedo as it leaves his hand. It's straight.
There's not many players that throw that. I'd take Ian White, another one as well, that seems to throw it a bit flatter.
77. $97.
Jim Long is down to a finish. Can Meulenkamp pressure it? Needs a treble just to leave a finish.
58.
Can't find
Jimmy
one.
require
So Jim Long has 6
149.
for the 149.
$95.
Nice setup play again there from Jim Long. Can't really find a fault in his game today. Been very consistent, but very consistent at the high end.
41. Jimmy require
He's
54.
got time on his hands here.
Yeah, having it all his own way
Game shot on the
at the
second
moment
leg.
and makes
Jim
no
Long.
mistake. It's 2-0 to Jim Long as the average just about to clip 94.
Third leg, it's Ron to
It's
throw
very,
first.
very good.
Game on.
In terms of
58.
points, what time does Ron Meulenkamp start writing off his chances of being in Group B?
100.
Well, in terms of winning this group, if he loses this game, I think he's done. I think in terms of Group B, it's going to start coming down to other results as well, because if he is to lose this game and Berry wins the next, he's 6 points cut adrift.
180.
That'll be 6 points with less than half the fixtures left to go. He's going to then have to time his victories to beat those players at the top
45.
end, and at the moment he's just not finding that sort of Ron Meulenkamp that we've seen on the Challenge Tour this year, or the Ron Meulenkamp we've seen on the Pro Tour, where he's been regularly qualifying for the World Championships.
57.
And you can see it, he's starting to look frustrated as well, isn't he?
He will know. I mentioned this up with Henry on the balcony when I spoke about Very Vampire, and saying like he looked a little bit vulnerable for me
43.
today, which is why I said take him on at those odds of 8 to 15 at the start of the show, because he's not playing how he has been, and eventually you'll become aware of that as a player, that you're not quite at it.
42.
Ron Meulenkamp's at that point now where he's aware that he's not playing like he has been doing away from this venue.
He's in a fairly comfortable position.
140. Ron, you
in
require
this leg. He's got
164.
6 starts for the 164.
$94.
Leaves 70. But we've seen Meulenkamp make a mess of these types of finishes. So Jim Long will want to apply maximum pressure.
100. Ron, you require
That's a great shot
70.
there from Jim Long. He forced that one in. But the urgency is there from Meulenkamp.
62.
He could be in trouble here.
Jim, you
Jim
require
Long
73.
mops these up for fun.
2 missed darts from Meulenkamp. Going to be 1 dart at tops for Long.
Game
And 1
shot on
dart
the
is
third
all he
leg.
needs.
Jim Long.
It's 3-0. It's clinical from Jim Long. 3 from 4 on the outer ring.
Fourth leg, it's Jim
75%.
to throw first.
And the look
Game
there
on.
from Meulenkamp as if to say, I'm in trouble.
I think the look there is almost not just I'm in trouble, but get me off of here.
140.
He is a man with a very good darting CV
65.
and a good darting reputation. You could be walking off here, bottom of the table. That's somewhere you don't want to be when you've got the reputation of Ron Meulenkamp.
Yeah, and
91.
no. 4-0 wouldn't be enough for Jim Long to go top.
60.
Fallon would still be top on legs difference.
$100.
Some way to win it.
Well, Meulenkamp's going to need mistakes from Jim Long. It's out of his hands. He's going to need mistakes and lots of them.
140.
Even with big
Jim, you
darts like that,
require
he's still
170.
a long way off the pace of this leg. But the hardest double to hit in a match is the one
60.
that wins you the game. And Ron Meulenkamp's just going to keep that at the forefront of his mind. Just stay with him. Don't give him that comfort factor.
100. Jim, you
Big last
require
start there from
110.
Meulenkamp. Just gives himself an outside opportunity, but this is all about Jim Long.
110. It's not going to go.
86.
Tease it up.
Ron, you
Leaves
require
double
136.
12s. Unless Meulenkamp can provide a free figure.
56.
Doesn't
Jim,
go.
you require
So
24.
Jim Long steps in, staring down double 12 for a 4-0
Game,
bagel.
shot, and the
it
match.
is served.
Jim Long.
Jim Long, fabulous performance to defeat Ron Meulenkamp, averaging 91.09. Klinik on the outer ring, 4 from 5, 80% as he moves up to second in the table. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Joey Temburg against Barry Van Peer.
Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break we saw Jim Long get the better of Ron Meulenkamp by 4-0. That now means that Meulenkamp has suffered back-to-back bagel defeats here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So next up for us is Barry Van Peer looking to pick up a first win of the day. He takes on Joey Temburg, who beat Jim Long last time out. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Second day of Group A action. And Barry Van Peer looking to stop the slide, Matt. He was the overnight leader.
First leg, it's Joey to throw
back-to-back
first.
defeats here today.
Game on.
He has some work to do.
There's a hat-trick of defeats if we take the last game of yesterday as well, but the concern here is Joey Temburg,
180.
as he's just started this one, is a man on the rise. He played and won his last game with an average of 95.5. He's playing with a lot more pace, a lot more rhythm, a lot more confidence. But that hasn't
58.
seemed to have put off the punters. Coming into this game, Barry Van Peer was actually backed. And that was backed at odds of 1-3. He kept moving in. And I think when you're coming up against a throw and we're looking at that form line, especially this improved performance
96.
from Joey Temburg, would not be interested at that.
No, I don't like those prices on
59. Joey, you require 167. $60. $59. Joey, you require 107.
He's not out in this one.
Game shot
What
on
a
the first
fantastic
leg.
start to the match
Joey
this is from
Temburg.
Joey Temburg. He kicked us off with a max. He ends us with a 107.
15
Second
dart
leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game
opening
on.
bonanza from Temburg, averaging a ton. And just says to Barry Vampire,
71.
you're going to have to play well to beat me.
And when things feel like they're not going right for you, those bounce outs just hurt so much more because
140.
you start feeling unlucky. There's an element of unfortune or misfortune whenever you're
56.
missing things, but when you start getting things like bounce outs or horrible deflections, that is just a bit unfortunate. And you do start to think that
57.
everything's going against you. And then you get to the back end of the leg and your opponent takes out a 112 finish or a
96.
1-2-4 after you've missed 2 darts at the double, and before you know it, that negative rabbit hole,
26.
you get very, very deep into it.
And you feel Barry needs a treble here.
100.
Finds one.
$59.
And that visit there just gives Barry Vampire a little bit of time. Something to grow into.
140.
Good reactive play from Berry.
59. Berry required 38.
But after all the routes he's gone, not surprised to see him splitting the double 19. Clearly has
10.
preferences
Joey
around the board.
required 160.
In general, where are you on splitting doubles? Your
60.
nines, your sevens.
Berry required
Your fives.
28.
See, I personally wouldn't do it, especially for something like this, because you're going to end up on one of those sort of shots anyway,
14.
going inside, and end up on the
Joey
sevens.
required 100.
I'll give you a more detailed answer in a moment, as we're just watching this 100 opportunity for Joey Temburg.
Game
And just
shot on the
rewind
second
the
leg.
clock back.
Joey Temburg.
About 2 minutes. I said, when you get in this negative mindset that Very Vampire's been in, you'll end up missing a few
Third leg, it's
darts,
Joey to
and your
throw
opponent comes
first.
up and takes out a ton plus
Game on.
checkout. That's exactly what's just happened, and you can see it written all over the face of Very Vampire. But going back to your point about splitting doubles, now,
100.
if you are to split a double, you're having 2 darts at a double. Yeah, it's a double of choice, but you get 2 darts at the double. If you throw straight for the double 19, you're going to get 2 darts at the double.
96.
You might get 3. So I would rather have the potential 3 darts rather than a guaranteed 2.
59.
It's an interesting. I remember when Stephen Bunting won his Lakeside, he went in there with a clear plan in his head.
140.
I never once deviated from it. It was always split. Your sevens, your nines, your 14s. There was always a clear
140.
plan, and he stuck to it the whole tournament. And it's just something that stuck with me, thinking he's actually taking time to think about this, and it was just an interesting play.
133.
A lot of players will just play on emotion, how they feel at that period of time, which, again, is never really the most productive plan.
96.
Not in this sport.
Berry required 132.
When your judgment can be clouded in the battle and emotion, but the champagne shots.
Game
That
shot on
is
the third
absolutely
leg. Berry
majestic
Vampire.
from Barry Vampire. The 1-3-2. And that bullseye was not easy because of the first dart. It was
Fourth leg,
partly
it's Berry
blocked,
to throw first.
but he found a way to
Game
go
on.
over the top, and he's back in this game.
We have played 3 legs in this match, and we have seen 3 ton plus checkouts. The 100 and the
55.
107 from Joey Temburg, and now the 132 from Berry Vampire. He is back in this match.
140.
Is that the spark that Bionic needed?
140.
Games,
41.
days, groups can be swung on one moment. That could be the moment, Matt.
And We haven't
96.
seen much darts from Joey, but these two have seen each other a little bit, actually, haven't they? In the very rare appearances that Joey Temburg's been playing. They actually played each other in the quarter-final this year of the Dutch
60.
Open, one of the only events that Joey attends now.
Yeah, Berry, a 5-2 winner in the quarterfinals on that day.
96.
Is the Dutch Open on your list?
It might be. It might be.
60. Berry, you require 114.
Card's very close to the chest at the moment.
Don't worry, folks. I'll get out of him.
98.
I am puzzled again.
Yep.
40.
Don't see what the
Berry
bonus was there. If he hit the bully, he
16.
still needed a treble.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Berry Vampire.
He's got away with it. He is level, but like you, I don't understand that one at all.
Well,
Fifth leg,
regardless
it's
of what
Joey
he
to
hit,
throw
whether
first.
it was
Game
a successful dart on the ball or he hit the 25, he still needed a treble with the second dart.
140.
Where if he'd have stayed on the treble, he could have needed a single for double. He was just, regardless of what happened, he was throwing at a treble dart 2 going that route.
140.
I
100.
really wish we could just stop games sometimes, send you on stage and go, so Berry, what was you thinking then?
91.
Mind you,
140.
some of the new technology that is being shown, we're not going to be far away from Iron Man territory where he pulls up an old
100.
video or an old
Joey
photo and he can
require
stand in it with someone
121.
and talk them through it. We're not far away from that.
I quite like the Ben
57.
Foster approach at
Berry
Soccer Aid this
require
past weekend when they mic'd him
170.
up and he was doing an interview mid-match. Another one of those. Would have left him the ball. So
134.
I could
Joey
fully get
requires
behind miking up dart
64.
players mid-match.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Joey
this is a
Temburg.
fantastic finishing display here from Joey Temburg. He's took the 100, he's took the 107. He's now
Sixth
took
leg.
the
It's Berry to
64
throw
in two,
first.
which means
Game on.
he's 100% on the doubles. In fact, he's 4 from 3, we could say, because he had the tops for the ton.
100.
Can you have a 125% checkout rate?
140. $96.
Could you imagine some of the interviews if the dart players were mic'd up mid-game, like in the cricket and things like that?
There's certain games I
140.
enjoy so much more.
$129.
I think I need to get a calculator for watching Berry Vampire.
96.
Exquisite setup play from
136.
Berry
Joey
Vampire.
require 125.
But 125. There's the 25. Tops for an absolute roof
85.
raiser. And one match dart
Berry
goes
require
begging
40.
for Joey Temburg.
To take us all the way. One dart left. He's had to come around to try and get an angle on that
20.
dart. Hasn't found it. Potential
Joey
upset.
require 40.
Joey Temburg to keep Berry Vampire's miserable
20.
run going. And it's now 4 match darts
Berry require 20.
have come and gone.
Just trying to settle and compose
Game shot on the
himself.
sixth
And
leg.
delivers.
Berry Vampire.
This one's going all the way. Good clash. But one leg will decide who
Seventh
gets
and
the
final
points.
leg. It's Joey to throw first. Game on.
How big could those 4 match darts be?
60.
Especially when he starts trebleless.
This is a moment where you feel both
57.
players will be just getting a little bit of extra beats of the heart. Barry Van Peer will be looking over his shoulder, looking at the group where Joey Temburg will be feeling he
100.
can put himself into this one.
Yeah, it's gone one
80.
way, then the next. Cruel bounce out for Barry Van Peer,
59.
but no trouble for Temburg. Nerves are creeping in here.
84.
Just needs one big visit, one big hit. Hello. It's him he's looking for.
180.
Big, well-timed maximum.
Biggest of them all.
41.
And also,
Joey require
is Joey
102.
Temburg putting himself into this title picture.
It's a bit of a slip, but he'll be happy when he looks across at that scoreboard
80.
and sees Barry Van Peer back on 239. Not sure he's got his maths perfectly right there, but double 11 is actually a
99.
really nice double
Joey
in terms of the
required
position
22.
on the board.
Come inside, another match start has gone.
14. Barry
That's now
require
6 match
140.
starts for Joey Temburg.
He just saw the eyes flick across there to the scoreboard to see what Berry's on. It needs to be perfect. It's got to be 2 trebles. It won't be. Temburg gets more match darts for another bit of a surprise
100.
result.
He's already
Joey
missed 6
require 8.
this time around. 7.
Game
On
shot,
his 8th
and
time
the
of
match,
asking, Joey Temburg condemns Barry Van Peer to his 4th straight defeat here in Group A. Somewhat of a surprise. There's the stats for you. But Joey Temburg moves to 8 points, now level with Van Peer as he's chasing down the top 2. Coming up after the break, we will see Fallon Sherrock against John Brown.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it looks like Joey Temburg is going to be the move on moving day. A 4-3 victory against Barry Van Peer, who is still without a victory on his second day's action here at the Live Lounge in Porto. We now move on to a battle between two unbeaten players as Fallon Sherrock and John Brown go toe-to-toe. They both won their opening 2 fixtures, but something's got to give here in the final match of the 3rd round. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Phil and Matt.
Thank you very much, H, and welcome back, everyone. 2 unbeaten players for the day go head-to-head here in John Brown and Fallon Sherrock.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
One of them will taste defeat for the first time today. And looking at it, I think Fallon's played the better stuff today, but JB is growing in confidence all the time.
I think that's a very fair assessment.
58.
And I think one of the things that's very prominent with Fallon is the timing has been very much there. I don't think she's been brilliant all the time. She's been brilliant when it's time to be.
Yeah, but kudos to John Brown.
41.
I thought it was his best performance of the week to beat Barry Van Peer last time we saw him.
60.
And I just think he's settling into life here in the Super Series.
He has had success here before. He has played here and reached through to Saturday night's finals. I think
100
for John Brown and for the journey he's on, I think again that would be successful, getting through to Saturday, and then anything from that point would be obviously a bonus.
It's one of those old cliches, isn't it? But once you're there on Saturday night, anything can happen.
Well, it's knockout darts, isn't it? And when it gets to that situation.
132. John, you require 149.
Double 16.
133. Fallon, you require 170.
But this is the biggest of them all. We have seen the 170 go already. Ron Meulenkamp tretters to that.
58. John, you require 16.
But this much easier for John Brown. Just a single double 8. Over to the 4s.
8.
And
Fallon, you require 112.
When Fallon's on her game, these are the sort of chances she gobbles up.
Still got an out. Treble 19.
$40. John, you require 8.
So John Brown back. It's not there, John. Come back. He went walking.
Game shot on the
Finds
first
it on
leg.
dart 2, and that's
John
good,
Brown.
Matt. Recomposed himself. Pinned the target.
I mentioned
Second
about
leg,
those
it's Fallon
chances
to
being
throw
things
first. Game on.
Fallon gobbles up. Well, there's something she doesn't gobble up. If he wasn't here earlier on, I can tell you a little story
58.
regarding Fallon Sherrock and a can of Coke. She came in to see myself and Phil this morning and had ham sandwich in one hand and a
29.
can of Coke, and she was eating the sandwich and forgot that she'd opened the can of Coke, and it was in her hand, and when she went to take a bite, had a shower of the can of Coke. Only had the one shirt with her today, so
9.
that shirt's been washed out and wringed out under the sink and hang out in the Portsmouth air. Luckily, it's a very hot day down here today.
58.
Also, I can't repeat some of the things she said on air because it's a little bit early.
We did laugh just a little.
43.
Only a little.
It's the first time I've ever seen someone pour a drink over themselves.
45.
Although maybe Jack Grealish might have participated in that over the last couple of days.
You certainly wouldn't want to be his liver right now.
60.
But look, if you can't celebrate winning a treble,
97.
when can you celebrate?
When we look at this game in terms of the table, though, if John Brown is to win this is going to
100.
bunch things right up. After 8 rounds of fixtures, we will have 5 of the 6 players only separated by 2 points.
140.
Fabulous visit from John Brown, and he has the Fallon Sherrock throw under the cosh here. Fallon has not found the radar
97.
in this game. The
John, you
scoring
require
phase
132.
has been well off. John Brown is punishing at every opportunity.
74. Fallon, you require 134.
That's a good first start. It's all about the setup play now. Leaves
94.
tops.
John, you require 58.
But it could be tops that is sealed against her. There's that loose start again from John Brown. This is a lot of big numbers.
18. Fallon, you require 40.
Without really performing too much in this match.
Game shot on the second
levelled
leg.
it up.
Fallon Sherrock.
But I'm with you, Phil. There's something a little bit off in terms of the release and the throw, and she keeps referencing the
Third
hand
leg, it's
at
John
times,
to throw
as if,
first.
like,
Game on.
as if she's flicking rather than throwing.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday.
58.
See, that's the perfect release.
140.
It's quite a unique grip, the way the dart sits between her thumb and knuckle and just rests
99.
on the second finger.
$100.
Can be so effective at times. We've seen some big games from Fallon. I think the one that really stands out for me is Grand Slam of
97.
Darts versus Peter Wright.
Yeah, that Grand Slam campaign was the best I've seen Fallon play consistently. The group stages, you had the ton plus
41.
average to beat Mike De Decker. And then it was the game against Gabriel Clemens, where she was in a world of trouble.
100.
No way out. The 141 and then the 170 to book her place in the knockout stage was just sensational. But like you say,
140.
to average
John,
99
you
over
require
29 legs
147.
was stunning.
$43. Fallon, you require
So it shows that
80.
the levels are there, the capability is there. Just about finding that consistency now, which is why she's here right now.
40.
Trying to
John,
find
you
a way to
require
turn that performance into a
104.
regular. He's done it again.
72.
He is the maker
Fallon,
of
you
his own
require
doom
40.
at times, John Brown.
Yeah, he's had opportunities here. But is he going to get away with it? Fallon, only one dart left for double 10.
20.
Can't find the target.
John, you
so
require
John Brown
32.
coming back to lead 2-1. And is that the slice of luck he needs?
Game shot on the third
Certainly
leg.
takes advantage
John
of
Brown.
it. 2-1, JB leads.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Also go back
Game
to
on.
the Nordic Darts Masters where she got to the final. And the comeback against Dimitri was good. Yes, there was some fortune in there. But the final against Michael,
121.
for 2 sessions, she had Michael hopping. Yes, Michael found the touch in the end, but
60.
I'd love to have been a fly on the wall during the breaks at session 1 and 2.
I think when you deal with those real top-end players, though, like a Michael van Gerwen,
56.
they've seen it all before. There's no panic there with those, and I think when you are trying to take those sort of players on, you can only beat them with brilliance.
125.
There's no other way of doing it. The odd player here and there, you might win a little mind game with.
140.
Not someone like Michael. He turns them on you.
He is king at that.
59.
I loved it at the World Grand Prix when we had Gezi and Peter going at each other, telling them, I'm going to be world number one, I'm going to be world one. Michael just rocks in and went, oh no, I'm the best, and walks off. Another
140. Fallon, you require
an opportunity,
124.
and that is a fabulous last start. 54 for the ball for a 1-2-4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That is a little bit good from Fallon Sherrock. John Brown had asked the question, piled the pressure on. The Queen of the Palace had the answers,
it's John
Matt.
to throw first. Game on.
Really good finish there from Fallon Sherrock. Levels the match up.
93.
I think any finish that ends on the ball always just feels that little bit sweeter. He's the smallest target on the board.
97.
The Aaron Monk 1-2-1 at our Southampton venue always makes me chuckle. The traditional ball
94.
7 ball route.
Saw a few sort of funky finishes, didn't we? Scott Williams was with us last year. He popped a few of those in.
125. $45.
Is that John Brown's first mistake of this match?
I don't think it's his first mistake.
41.
But it could have been the first one that got punished. I think he's made quite a few errors in this, especially on the big numbers. But at the moment, Fallon's not had the response that's required to make the most of that.
99.
And that just means the advantage of throw for John Brown will just come into play to give him that extra chance.
You would feel needs another.
80.
And that's literally ricocheted off the wire and
John, you
almost
require
come sideways
170.
into Charlie.
Charlie nearly got that one in the shins. That would have been some views on
96.
YouTube.
Fallon, you require 158.
Oh my.
120. John, you require 74.
John Brown breathes again. 20 for tops. A dart at tops for 3-2 for John Brown.
34.
Can't find the target.
Fallon, you require 38.
Fallon opting for the straightforward approach. Still gets the 2 darts at the double, even when you
Game
go that
shot
way.
on the fifth
She
leg.
gets it with that last one in
Sherrock.
hand and gets the important breaker throw. That is, well, hard job number 1.
Sixth leg, it's Fallon to
I
throw
wouldn't say
first.
it's any easier though,
Game
trying
on.
to serve it out for the match. But an opportunity here to put herself back on the top of the table with a couple of points clear and with all the
121.
matches being level. That would be an actual official top of the table position. She came here to play the full week. She wanted to tune the
95.
game. She might be going home after 3.
Disaster strikes.
Be so ironic, wouldn't it? Put me in for the full week because I
83.
want to play lots of games and get lots of action. And qualifies at the first possibility. Off you go home for a couple of days. We'll see you on
78.
Saturday.
What a time for her first match this would be.
140.
It's not there, but she is down to a finish. So John Brown needs to be big. Needs to be very big. And right on cue, Matt.
180.
It gets no bigger.
Fallon, you require
That's the biggest it can go.
157.
The maximum. But even then, it's still in Fallon's hands. She can just find
43. John, you require
one big treble which
148.
hasn't come. John Brown's played himself back into contention.
And the slip into the 4 is a mistake.
64.
John Brown
Fallon, you
down to
require
84.
114.
If Fallon can't take this out, he's well placed. It's been a good scoring visit for JB.
There's a long way off there from
98.
Fallon. Well recovered
John,
in the
you
end.
require
She's going to
84.
need to rely on a missed opportunity here from John Brown This could be the problem. Not this time, it's not. He had a bullseye hit against him.
45.
Return the favour.
Fallon, you require 16.
Fallon Sherrock coming back from match starts at 8-8. Across the board to 4s. Now it's getting desperate. Downstairs to 2s.
Game,
Last
shot,
start in hand.
and the match.
Fallon Sherrock
Fallon
seals a
Sherrock.
4-2 victory over John Brown, but that doesn't tell the story. Both had chances in this one, but the Queen of the Palace moves back top of Group A on 12 points and has that 2-point buffer. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Joey Temburg against Ron Meulenkamp.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, it's fantastic from Fallon again as Sherrock continues to sweep up at the Super Series. A 4-2 victory against John Brown makes it a perfect hat-trick for her thus far. And this is how the table looks, because she has a 2-point lead at the top of the table to Jim Long. And have a look at the run that Joey Temburg is making in the league table. He is now deposed of Berry Van Peer in the top 3 spots. Remember, Berry was top of the table at the beginning of the day, but has lost each of his 3 matches. It's Joey who we're going to see up next. He's in action up against Ron Meulenkamp, looking to pick up his first win of the day. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Phil and Matt.
Good afternoon, everyone, as we go past the 12 o'clock mark and into the second half of the session here this Tuesday in Group A. And me and Matt were just talking about what a day it's been. Some turnarounds, highs, lows. But Fallon Sherrock is on a run. However, this man, Joey Temburg, has arguably been the star of the day so far.
We've spoke about the odds quite a bit today as we've tried to point you in the direction of a little bit of value, and I think this is potentially another one as well. The odds coming into this game,
First
6 to
leg,
5.
it's Joey to throw first.
Joey Temburg, I think
Game
represents
on.
really good value here. We've got a player in Joey Temburg who's won his last 2 matches, averaging 95 and 86, taking on Ron Meulenkamp, who's only won 3 legs in the entire day.
96.
And none of them have come in the last 2 matches. He's had back-to-back 4-0 defeats. So to install him as the 4-7 favourite for this match, I think is quite risky.
Far, far too short.
26.
So Edgar's tips again are going the 6-5 about Joey Temburg.
96.
I do believe Edgar's tips has been going slightly better than Bars's again. I even called yesterday which one you'd get wrong, and
140.
In my defence, he looked a good bet. And then, was it 5 darts for it to come in?
99.
welcome to the game of darts.
We love it.
$100.
Yeah, those odds seem even more remarkable, considering
138.
Ron Meulenkamp's going to have to break the throw as well.
Yeah, I don't understand it sometimes.
Neither do I, but you never meet a poor bookie.
180. Joey requires 72.
Joey, just check the score there just to see what impact that 180 had. The impact is this needs to go.
52. Ron, you require 55.
And that 180 from Ron Meulenkamp was presented him with a chance from absolutely nowhere.
Game shot on the first
And he's
leg.
taken it.
Ron Meulenkamp.
Wasn't really in the leg. In the blink of an eye, steals it away.
Second leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
And that there also stops a bit of a slide for Ron Meulenkamp. He has lost 10
60.
legs in a row until that point. If Joey Temburg would have hit that double, and he had the dart at tops, it would have been 11 legs in a row.
140.
Would have been getting close to record territory in terms of the amount of consecutive legs lost in a row.
Yeah, he's been up against it. But
100.
he's fighting back here.
$140.
Back to back 140s for Joey Temburg. Has stolen the darts here from Meulenkamp.
60.
The scoring power has not been with Meulenkamp today.
140.
An average of 85 being his best. That was in a 4-0 defeat. A hat-trick of 140s now for Joey, and that's been a feature of his day. Been hitting
60.
a lot of 140s.
Joey, you require 81.
When you're doing that, it's always going to give you opportunities. Plenty of room to the
Game
right-hand
shot on the
side.
second leg.
And
Joey
finds that
Temburg.
on this opportunity to level up the match.
Instant break back in
Third
12
leg, it's Joey
darts.
to throw first.
I
Game
didn't
on.
go that way, but there's something about the 11 dart leg that I love. The 3 140s and the 81.
45.
See, I'm 50-50 because I love it when I do it and hate it when they do.
60.
On the 81, are you a 57-24 or a 45-36?
I'm a 19s man, just because it gives you the
44.
opportunity to set up on the double 16, which is kind of my always go-to when I can. So all my breakdowns and maths and thoughts are all in regards to trying to leave that shot.
100.
Not the Gathering Price Michael Smith route. Leave tops and 12s and 15s at all costs.
81.
Everyone's got those little breakdowns. If you are a 16s man and you're wondering how to get the breakdown a bit easier, just utilise the 17s. Utilise the 17s, utilise the 18s. They'll give you the breakdown that the 19s won't.
140.
If you want to be leaving those double 16s.
100.
Yeah, all about patterns and breakdowns.
Well, that's what darts is a lot of the time, like the players don't realise the numbers they're hitting. One of the common questions is how do you
100.
chalk a board or how do you learn the maths in darts? But the players don't know the numbers, they know the patterns. They know that a treble 19 in a certain situation
64.
does something. They don't
Ron,
know
you
what
require
numbers
101.
it actually relates to.
Game shot on the
Fabulous
third
from
leg.
Ron Meulenkamp.
Ron Meulenkamp.
It's unconventional, but it gets the job done. 3 legs, 3 breaks of throws. A 101
Fourth leg, it's Ron to
finish
throw
from
first.
Meulenkamp,
Game
and he's
on.
2 from 2 on the outer ring. The average high 93s. This is the best we've seen from the bomb.
60.
What's your thoughts on the ball for the 101?
140.
I was actually just trying to work out what my thoughts was of it there, but it's okay if you hit the ball because you've got the single for double, but the 25 obviously means you need a treble where
100.
it's not quite burning a dart like we saw with an earlier combination, but it's not really an advantage
100.
either because you're swapping throwing for a treble for throwing for the smallest target on the board. Percentage-wise, doesn't add up, but application-wise, nailed it.
100.
We're getting into ice skating marks where we're getting marks for technical difficulty and then execution.
100.
Yeah, if we're talking about that shot, that's a much more difficult shot than going the more conventional way.
Again, a potential 4th breaker throw is on the cards here.
60. Joey, you require
Joey Temburg is down to a
161.
finish and has 6 darts to do it.
65.
Like that, good use of the ball.
It gives himself the opportunity at a 2-dart combination there, where had it have been a single on the 19s, 17s, 20s, whatever route he chose to have gone, could
60.
have left himself
Joey,
on
you
the
require
3-darter.
96.
So a treble here will give him 2. That's a nice lie there just to come underneath.
48.
Sloppy.
Ron, you
Rushed.
require
Missed
121.
a big number. Cannot afford to do that. Meulenkamp, 1-2-1. We'll discuss. Let's see
65.
if Joey Temburg takes
Joey,
that
you
out, but I'm
require
not a fan of that
48.
route. When your opponent is on a double. Last iron hand.
No score.
Bust the score. And that
Ron, you
last
require
dart, he's tried to go over the
56.
top and it's clattered into the flight.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad thrown dart. It's just caught the material and it's pulled it in. And that, I would say, is pretty much perfect for Ron Meulenkamp.
16.
Wasn't able to use it.
Joey, you require 48.
So another opportunity here for Joey to once again level us up and to give us another breaker throw.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Double.
Joey
Showboating
Temburg.
from Temburg. I'm not sure he went for it, but it looked good.
Well, earlier on in the day, he
Fifth
hit
leg, it's
100
Joey to
finish
throw
with
first.
tops.
Game on.
That one was definitely deliberate. On that occasion, I'm with you, Phil. I don't think that was the plan A. It certainly was a well-executed plan B.
83.
Going back to the 1-2-1 that Meulenkamp attempted. I get going 25 when your opponent is not on a finish,
60.
but there is so much that can go wrong if you miss dart 1.
Well, it's not even that. When I talk about burning darts,
140.
that's one of those shots because you're burning a dart. Whether you hit the ball, you want 71, you still need a treble with a second dart. Where if you was to hit a treble with the first dart rather than the ball, you can go 11 for
60.
a dart at the ball. You're guaranteed to get a dart. Where regardless of what you hit, whether you're successful or you're not with your shot, you still need a treble with a second dart. So it's burning
100.
darts and opportunities. So I think sometimes a couple of routes are just becoming a little bit overcomplicated that are actually simple equations.
Completely agree.
60.
Insert Berry Van Peer here.
Yeah, I'm not sure the treble 14 is
58.
ever going to catch on.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a trendy shot, that one. A 180 here, though, from Meulenkamp is the only thing he can do to put himself in this leg.
140. Joey, you require 120.
And hope that Joey Temburg makes a mess.
Game
That
shot
is
on the fifth leg.
absolutely stunning
Joey
from Joey
Temburg.
Temburg. It's a 120 finish. Finally finds a holder throw. 15
Sixth leg,
darts.
it's Ron to throw first.
And he leads 3-2. This would be some turnaround here today from Temburg.
60. $100.
Ron Meulenkamp's average has dropped by over 10 points from where it was.
100.
And that's now noticeable because Joey Temburg is taking control of it.
60.
This isn't the be-all and end-all, this leg for Joey Temburg. This would be a bit of a freebie shot. He will have the darts in the last leg if it goes that far.
60.
But Meulenkamp just keeps offering opportunities.
85.
As I say, I'm surprised to see Ron at the bottom of the table. He's not the player you'd have picked to be in that position after a couple of days.
Absolutely.
99.
Need to treble to leave a finish.
41.
That last start was just a little bit jerky for my liking. Meulenkamp's going to make him pay.
150.
Part of me really wanted him just to fire it in.
I've seen it many times.
180.
And this is why, because you get that big
Ron,
call.
required 32.
It just makes the referee talk a little bit
Game
longer
shot
while
on
you're
the
preparing
sixth
for your
leg.
shot.
Ron
Didn't affect
Meulenkamp.
Ron Meulenkamp. 180 was in vain.
Seventh and
Remember when
final leg.
Dirk
It's
did
Joey
it on
to
the
throw
Euro Tour
first.
recently.
Game on.
A lot of people do it, like to leave double one. I've had it done against me. Andy Hamilton did it once in a match where he's played on stage. Just to get
134.
the reaction, get the 180 cards up, get the referee call in, then they've got to try and say you require. It just
100.
adds that little bit extra atmosphere to the situation.
Yeah, and that's where the
100.
elite referees allow the game to flow but still maintain the calling and everything like that. It's just a joy when it's in full flow.
$100.
Speaking of elite referees,
Right on cue.
63.
and that bounce out could become quite vital, depending what Ron Meulenkamp can put in here.
140 gets him to a finish first.
100.
Gotten away with it.
Well, it puts us on the levels. This is where a 60.
60.
That's where the bounce out can hurt, because another single 20 on there to leave the 124 is a much, much easier shot than the 144 when you look at what is required. One treble here.
55.
Just sort of through that
Joey,
one.
you require
Bit rushed.
144.
You can see the frustration etched all over his face after the treble five. However, what a roof raiser this would be.
120. Ron, you require 146.
Same equation for Meulenkamp. He's going to need a couple of trebles. He's starting downstairs on the 19s. It's not a treble. And
95. Joey, you require 24.
put himself on 10 points.
$18.
Big opportunity
Ron, you require
missed
51.
for Joey Temburg. Meulenkamp, 51 for the match. 19. Steps back, double 16. Is that awkward? What can he see?
Game,
Enough
shots,
is the
and
answer.
the match.
Moved
Ron
across,
Meulenkamp.
changed the angle. Joey Temburg mismatched darts, and Ron Meulenkamp stepped in to punish. There we have it, 85.14 for Meulenkamp as he bags the points. But coming up after the break, we'll see Jim Long against John Bram.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ron Meulenkamp get the better of Joey Temburg by 4 legs to 3. So that is a win for Meulenkamp on the board, and it just halts the momentum that Joey Temburg was beginning to build up. Next up for us, it is Jim Long in action up against John Brown. But before we do that, let's get back to our tungsten teaser that we set for you on Tuesday, and it is to name the first player in the history of the Super Series to represent each of these nations. Now, nobody on Twitter yet has got all 8 of these right. Now, if you do, it will be giving you a shout out at MSS Darts. Do tweet your answers in and we'll get you a reply to how many you got right or wrong. So hopefully you get many of them, and hopefully we'll see many good darts from a battle between Canada and England. It's Long against Brown, watched by Phil and Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, we're scratching our heads down here in the commentary box trying to come up with the answers to that one. A questionable guess here at Raymond Smith for Australia, our Series 2 champion.
I'm going Northern Ireland, Kevin Burness.
Really interesting teaser there. Please do get in touch with us. I would hopefully get a few right answers off you, because I'm a little bit unsure of that one. One thing we have been sure about in terms of the darts today is Jim Long's performances. Very good, consistent and steady up in the high averages. Lowest averages performed today was a 91.09 with a high
First leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Best of any
Game
player
on.
in match number 1 today of that 100.07. He has been consistently brilliant today, has Jim Long, but he's not top of the table. He could put the urgency
100.
Fallon Sherrock, who currently occupies that position, with a victory here over John Brown.
57.
Right. So, the countries were, Matt, Australia,
85.
Belgium, Ireland, Latvia,
58.
Netherlands, Northern Ireland, Poland, and Spain.
100.
Now, I know we've had Jose Justicia here from Spain.
We've also had Alcinas.
180.
I think Alcinas might have been the old Live League.
It's a brilliant max from John Brand.
140.
This is where we need a VAR check, because we talk about stats and the record is still
58.
Jason Askew,
Jimmy requires 76.
which was that reincarnation. So if we're using that, all I'm saying is surely we should be using the players.
Bar's enjoying a curveball, and
44.
John
Johnny
Brown will be
require
enjoying seeing someone else miss a
148.
big number, because that's been his problem throughout his campaign so far this week. That's a lovely dart there from John Brown.
100. Jimmy required
Jim Long
32.
doesn't take too long on the doubles.
Game
Yeah,
shot on
very
the
good
first
checkout
leg.
percentages
Jim
today.
Long.
4 from 10, 3 from 7, 4 from 5. And that also goes into yesterday, where he had 35
Second leg, it's
darts
John
at
to
the
throw
double,
first.
hitting
Game on.
16 of those attempts. That's not too far off of 50%.
No, very
31.
good indeed.
$140.
I'm impressed with Jim Long and what he's doing here. Been playing well for some time. Currently sat 8th on the
59.
CDC Order of Merit. We know that the top player in that will earn a place at the Alexandra Palace, but due to the fact that Jeff Smith won the North American Championship, it
140.
does mean that there is another position available for players of America and Canada, which we don't know how it's going to be
96.
distributed yet. If it was to go to the Order of Merit at the moment, that would go to Leonard Gates. But it's very tight at the top of that table, and there's some real interesting contenders behind there. Danny Baggish, David Cameron,
140.
John Norman Jr., Alex Spellman, and obviously Jim Long, who's on the stage right now. Danny Lauby, someone who's qualified for Champions
100.
League.
Jim,
Trying
you
to chase
require
down those top
81.
positions as well. If Jim Long can continue to perform like this, looking at a 12 darter here.
57.
He's already had one game with an average over 100 today, and he's chasing down another. He's becoming a bit of a form man.
85.
I would like to
Jim,
see
you
him
require
at the
24.
Alexandra Palace. He looks like someone who would just embrace the experience.
But
18.
missed opportunities here.
John, you
Open the
require
door
130.
for John Brown. 130 required. Can he find a way past that for a dart at the ball? No is the answer.
54.
When
Jim,
you
you
say opening the
require
door,
6.
we mean just very fractionally.
Well,
130 is not an easy
Game
shot.
shot on the second leg. Jim Long.
Doesn't go. Jim Long, 16 darter. And he has doubled his lead in super quick time.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I've been thinking. I think I've worked out the Australian. And I'm going back to our
100.
Southampton days. Corinne.
58.
I think there might be some curveball in this
180.
lineup. Jim Long back over the 100 average. First max of this match.
134.
7 in total. He's one of the lower hitters of the 180s. You don't always need maxes when you're hitting the 140s and tons the way that Jim Long is today.
100.
Complained about his overnight form, said hitting too many fives. He's now going for 5 visit
139. Jim, you require 121.
He's pressed the afterburners here. He's averaging 101 and needs 121. 11 or treble. He's gone greedy. He's aimed for the treble and pulled it. Should just be
81.
making sure there.
John, you
because
require
JB is on a
170.
finish.
$55. Jimmy require 40.
Tops for 3-0.
Game
Tops
shot on the
is hit.
third low. Jim Long.
Jim Long is producing the moments of magic here.
Fourth leg, it's Sean to
98
throw
average.
first. Game on.
3-0. John Brown's averaging just over 84. He's not doing a lot wrong here, but it's just sensational from the Canadian.
30.
Jim Long's last game was 3 matches ago. He took on Ron Meulenkamp and he won that one 4-0 as well. He's getting a little bit of a run going here in the wins column
140.
and in the legs column as well. He will also have one more game to go after this one. That will be our very last game of the day. It will be against Fallon Sherrock.
140.
24 hours ago.
That could be huge in the context of Group A.
$100.
Could be a table-topping clash. He's likely to be so.
140.
Sherrock has to take on the man who opened the day as a very strong odds-on bookies favourite, Berry Van Peer. The man who's now outside the top 3.
60.
So John Brown has a little bit of breathing space here. He's got 6 darts for 191.
91. $145. John, you require 100. $62.
Almost a brilliant recovery
Jim, you
from
require
John Brown.
56.
However, Jim Long should get 2 match darts. I say should, but he's missed a big number.
Again,
only going to get 1.
24.
And that goes missing.
John, you require 38.
I think it's the 3rd time so far in this match that Jim Long's missed one of those big numbers. John Brown recomposes himself. He won't be rushed.
That's unlucky because it's kicked up and it's blocked the bed.
10.
I'm not sure he could see much of that.
Jim, you require
Well, he hit the
32.
barrel and then went on the outside of that one, but hands it over to Jim Long to wrap this one up and move himself
Game,
onto 12
shots,
points.
and the
He
match,
does so at the first
Jim
time
Long.
of asking. That is back-to-back victories there for Jim Long by the scoreline of 4-0. He's on a winning run, and the reason for that is those averages at the moment. The lowest he's hit today, 91.09, and he's upped it once again in that one. Well played, Jim Long. Coming up next, Berry Van Peer takes on Fallon Sherrock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And in the words of Barry Davis, interesting, very interesting. At the top of Group A as Jim Long gets the better of John Brown by 4 legs to 0, which means he goes top of the table ahead of Fallon Sherrock by 2 legs on legs difference. But Sherrock is in action now. She takes on Berry Van Peer, looking to get a first one of the day. And if he can do that, then he makes it interesting once more because he would move on to 10 points. And Brief, watching this one in the commentary box, Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Welcome back, everyone. Looking forward to this one. Matt, it should be a top tungsten tussle.
It's the moment where Berry Van Peer, if he is going to win this group, needs to turn up. If he's to lose this, he's going to drop 6
First
points
leg, it's
behind
Berry
Fallon
to throw
Sherrock.
first. Game on.
And one thing we know about Berry Van Peer in regards to this season is when he's in this situation where he needs to produce something, he has.
180.
And he started off with the perfect start there, a big maximum for Van Peer to kick us off.
140.
Yeah, we're expecting a reaction from Berry here.
60.
Yet to show us his best. We know what his best is capable of. He's a mixed tour
100.
card holder. And he lost that this past year. He's a winner of multiple titles. He's the man top of the Challenge Tour.
55.
We can pretty safely say we'll see him at the World Championships in a couple of months' time. Feels weird saying that, doesn't it? A couple of months' time, but it is June, which means
57.
about halfway through the year, so we'll probably be getting our Christmas jumpers on soon, won't we, Phil?
I was thinking about that the other day, and I've already started planning for
96.
Operation Christmas.
There'll be viewers at home now thinking, please stop saying Christmas.
However, surely we get a free pass
100.
once
Very
the
required,
tweet goes out to
110.
say Ali Pally tickets coming soon, we're allowed to talk about it.
50.
Well, we are
Fallon, you
pretty much
require
at the halfway point
104.
of the year, give or take a day.
Big moments here. It's going to get dart. A double 16,
Game shot
and
on
that
the
is
first
majestic
leg. Fallon
from Fallon
Sherrock.
Sherrock. Breaks the throw in 15. And remember, Berry Van Peer opened with a maximum.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
I wish I was a mind reader.
Penny for the thoughts.
59. $95.
As well, one thing that we've noticed about Fallon recently, and it's a change of kit, but not that she throws. When she beat Mensa and went on that
60.
roller coaster and everything like that, it was the little slip-on shoes. But recently, it's the proper footwear where
59.
she's comfortable, because those long matches, you need to feel comfortable on those stages.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that I thought was a welcome inclusion for darts,
134.
when they allowed people to start wearing black trainers as well on the stage, because now I don't like the way it looks with trousers as much, but it's so much more
96.
comfortable than some of the shoes that don't have a sole, or you can get shoes now with memory foam built in them, which when you think about the amount of time that you're going to be playing,
58.
the players would have got here this morning around about 8 o'clock, and they've been on the feet playing the darts, and they'll be on the feet till about 2 o'clock. It's a long time to be
81.
playing over a span of 5-6 days. So absolutely, we need to think about the attire and the equipment we use to give ourselves the best opportunity.
121. Berry, you require 170.
Another point on that in a second, but let's see if Berry can take out the fish. It's not going to go, but Fallon's on a tricky
105. Fallon, you require
finish. These
69.
69s are never easy.
$55.
Opportunity
Berry
missed.
requires
Can Berry step in?
65.
2 darts at tops.
Game shot on the
Only
second
needs the
low.
one.
Barry Vampire.
We are level again. Barry Vampire will be thinking, where has that finishing been all day?
Third leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
We're talking about the hat-trick of defeats he's had today, but we've also got to remember that he lost the last one yesterday, so
42.
he's on a run of 4 defeats in a row. On the back of 4 victories in a row. But while he was getting those victories, he was very open and honest with it and saying it wasn't quite
140.
dominant form. He was just getting the results and getting the wins, and I think players maybe was a bit
99.
timid against him at first on what he's achieved and the reputation he's brought into here, but then thought, well, he's not producing that level of darts.
Yeah, going back to
100.
feeling good on the hockey and wearing the right stuff. We see more and more players wearing the golf-style trousers now as well, instead of the kind of
140.
old-fashioned tailored ones.
Things will constantly evolve as
57.
does technology.
$100.
Barry Vampire down to a finish after 12. Fallon looking to join him.
134. Barry
Just
required
brewing into a
120.
fabulous game, Matt. Needs a treble, can't find it. So Fallon Sherrock
56.
will
Fallon,
get
you require
darts at
70.
to lead again.
And to break again. Plenty of room south of that dart.
Game shot on the third
Well
low.
found,
Fallon
smack bang
Sherrock.
in the middle of the double 8. She breaks the throw once again. Can she this time hold?
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw
Remember
first.
the old
Game on.
statement of Rod Harrington, a break's only a break if you hold? I think that's more evident in these really short format games.
Yeah, I
100.
completely agree. And you see, especially over the longer format ones, where winning the ball in the back room's not such a big deal. Over the longer format, short format,
100.
it's crucial. But the longer ones, when you've got 3, maybe 4 breaks, the players approach them as mini sessions.
134. $97. $100.
Fallon down to a finish after 9. It would be a roof raiser.
100.
But now she
Fallon, you
doesn't need to go
require
for it because
167.
Barry Vampire can't leave a finish.
Here's one of the big finishers that has not been hit on the
60.
Super Series Week 6 bingo card. We've had the 170, we've had the 132, we've had the 161.
58.
152 in there.
Fallon, you
We're ticking
require
them all off.
107.
Leaves tops for another 15 dart leg.
87. Barry, you require 146.
But Barry Vampire needs a 3-figure out.
130.
Can't find it, but leaves it
Fallon,
very
you require
handy.
20.
Just reminds Fallon that you can't miss this.
She has. Because the 5 can't be done in one dart. Attempted to throw that one away
16.
there, but then just
Barry, you
recomposed.
require 16.
I think the way the first dart landed blocks it off, and she's tried to
Game
Open
shot on
up
the
the
fourth
angle, but-
lay. Barry Vampire.
not done it. And Barry Vampire steps in, 4 legs, 4 breaks of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Hint of frustration there from Fallon, who's done the hard work twice. She's got the breaker throw.
180.
Has she also given now encouragement to Barry Vampire, who might be thinking, she can't put me away.
59.
Yeah, Fallon has had opportunities in all 4 legs.
58.
May have only been 1 dart at the end of a combination, but still opportunities. where Barry Van Peer has been limited, but he's 2 from 2
48.
on the doubles.
$43.
It's interesting as well when we see the camera looking back at the players. Barry sets it from out to in.
100.
Outside the eye line and brings it back into the eye line.
Yeah, he's clearly a player that plays on
56.
feel, trusts his motor pathways.
Do you remember when Simon Whitlock used to do something similar, right?
140.
And then just
Very
bring
required.
it across in like it was a target.
164.
Yeah, that was a unique little quirk of the throw.
56. Fallon, you require 154.
His history repeating itself here. Barry Van Peer hit a 180 in leg 1, ended up losing the leg.
100. Barry,
Hit a
you
180
require
in this leg.
108.
And not a lot since. That's a fabulous first dart. Will get a dart at double 16.
76.
It doesn't go.
Fallon, you require 54.
He was stuttering towards the finish line, but he may have stumbled at the very end. You've been saying how much he loves this double all day. That is a long way off.
36.
I'm not a lip reader, but I don't think she was too
Barry,
happy
you
with that.
require 32.
Yeah, I think she said, "Core blimey, that's low." That's awkward. You can see how much he's having to move across.
No
He
score.
virtually threw that over the water table. He was that
Fallon,
far
you
across to the
require
side.
18.
Almost whistled over Charlie's shoulder.
One more opportunity.
No score.
And Fallon's missed her chance as well. You
Barry, you
sort of feel
require
that
32.
Barry is not going to offer too many more chances.
Again, the last 2 visits, they've both
Game
missed
shot on the
darts at a
fifth
double,
leg.
but they
Barry
were all
Van Peer.
well-thrown darts. But this time around, Barry Van Peer doesn't give any second chances.
6th leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Right now, the key stats that stand out
41.
are the checkouts. Barry Van Peer, 37%. Fallon Sherrock, 16. That's what's doing the damage here.
43.
And is this the result that gets Barry Van Peer back into this Group A?
$87.
He has found a couple of 180s already.
145.
What?
I don't get it.
$41.
I'm speechless.
Answers on a postcard.
140.
If
60.
anyone can help me out with that one, please do.
$120.
Barry Van Peer leaves 53 and is at match point here.
95. Barry, you require 53.
17
Game,
for double
shots,
18.
and the match.
And Barry Van Peer has ended that losing streak, defeating Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2, making the Group A table now looking all bunched at the top, and everything is still in play. After the break, start our final round of fixtures with John Brown against Joe Temburg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I see another twist at the top of the Group A table as Berry Van Peer gets the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look then at the league table following the conclusion of 4 rounds of fixtures. As you can see, Jim Long and Fallon Sherrock both tied on 12 points. They go toe-to-toe in the final game of the session, effectively a shootout to see who is going to get top spot going into Wednesday's action. Berry Van Peer now has put himself back in the picture on 10 points. Joey Temburg can put himself on 10 if he can get the better of John Brown. It's the beginning of our final round of matches. A win for Brown puts him on 8 in that race for Group B place. Watching this one, it's Phil and Matt.
Welcome back, everyone, as we enter our final round of fixtures here on this Tuesday afternoon. And the Group A table could not be any closer. Jim Long, Fallon Sherrock, level on 12. Berry Van Peer, 10. Joey Temburg, 8. And then John Brown and Ron Meulenkamp, both on 6, Matt, aren't out of this yet.
It's exactly what we thought it'd be. It is a closely ran group with
First leg, it's
beating
John
each
to throw
other.
first. Game on.
I did say that I felt this was going to be one of the groups that was won with a very low points tally. Potentially, a 20-point tally could be enough.
180.
Fine start there for the man from Bristol, John Brown. A area of the country
60.
that's had some fine talent over the years. And with no pre-warning, I'm going to chuck you straight under the bus, Phil.
Standard.
Who would you say is the top talent to come out of Bristol?
57.
Top talent to come out of Bristol.
You can only name one player.
57.
Remember, quite a lot of them are probably watching right now to watch John.
If I only pick one, it's not an easy pick.
60.
But he's involved in one of the best games of darts I've ever seen still to this day. Friend and colleague, Mace.
140.
Okay, good. Fair shout.
The Adams game at Lakeside is one of the most iconic games and best games I've ever watched.
100.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. I was going to go with Mark Dudbridge.
Flash is right up. The three that instantly come are Flash,
44.
Steve,
John, you require
and
104. $88.
But Mace is one of the reasons I fell in love with the game. Because that Adams
100.
The Adams game
John, you require 16.
was just incredible.
Game shot on the first leg. John Brown.
John Brown takes the opener in 16. That was
Second
settling.
leg, it's Joey to throw first.
Speaking
Game
of
on.
Mace, I was actually front table at the World Match Play when Phil Taylor hit the 9-darter against Chris Mason. So
60.
we've both got a story there that relates to Mace. I think most people have got a story really that relates to Mace, haven't they? He's been around the block a few times.
But
50.
again, the younger audience, again, won't appreciate how good Mark Dudbridge was in the early 2000s. That shoulder injury that
140.
needed surgery. Never the same player again, but up until then, just incredible as well.
Well, he's been playing really good in terms of the seniors recently. He's been down
85.
here at the Super Series. He had a good week down here, won Group A, and then moved on to the seniors where he put some good performances in at that
100.
Seniors World Championship. Beat Glenn Durrant in the first game. Had a very good game with Kevin Painter, which was one of the highlights of this year's Seniors World
59.
Championship.
Completely agree.
But I think if you're looking at the future, I'm gonna say
127.
John Brown's going to be right up there, a man who's already earned a tour card on the PDC Tour.
Completely agree. Very bright future.
100. Joey, you require 74.
Missed the big number. 13. And the ball for 1-all. Doesn't have to go for it.
60.
Not sure that was the intended target either.
And with refusing the ball. It makes you wonder why he didn't just go for like the 17s or try and pick a double of choice.
137. Joey, you require 14.
The loose start leaving
Game
double
shot on the
sevens
second
could
leg. Joey
have produced
Temburg.
a problem with the pressure darts from John Brown, but it doesn't. And Joey Temburg hits and levels up.
Third
One
leg, it's
apiece.
John to throw first. Game on.
We're talking about the form line of these players. These are two players that have both stepped it up today.
100.
Did mention at the very start of the day, not just the players we're watching now, but the entire group I felt underperformed yesterday in terms of the daily average.
180.
And I expected to see about 4 points put on that as we go into day 3. I think we're well on course for that right now.
Absolutely.
140.
Part of that will be down to
58.
Jim Long, who's been 91 plus all day. Why he's top of the table. He'll be coming up in a couple of games' time when he takes on Fallon Sherrock. We've got Rob Meulenkamp
100.
and Barry Van Peer following this match. And then it's
100.
tomorrow.
John, you require 161.
First ticket. Go direct to go. Collect a few
85.
£100.
And have 2 days with your feet up.
65. John, you require 76.
76. JB needs 16 and tops. Oh. 24 for the double-double.
64.
inside.
Joey, you require 98.
One here and there you can say is fair enough, but is it a technical issue or is it a concentrational issue, the loose darts?
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, that is punished
Joey
as well
Temburg.
from Joey Temburg. A lovely 98 finish. 2 unconventional doubles as well, the double 7 and the double 19.
Fourth
But
leg, it's
I
Joey to
think
throw
it's
first.
not so much
Game on.
a technical issue because technically wise it seems pretty sound. I think this is down to a bit of preparation, the games and the routines in which he plays. I wouldn't
81.
be surprised, and I'm only speculating here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we watched John Brown on the practice board, if he just stood throwing at treble 20s and then occasionally went,
140.
right, I'm going to have 3 darts at a double 16, or a little bit sort of mismatch, a little bit how you feel, just sort of
60.
throwing at a board, turning over a technique, rather than actual sort of preparation games to build up to that performance, enabling a bit of board mastery.
93.
I do that all the time. I throw out 1s and 5s and hit them.
Well, you've got to get what you aim for, haven't you?
140. 84.
There's a chance here, potentially.
100.
If John Brown can find a big visit. Needs a treble now. Bare minimum.
60.
Not enough.
Joey, you require 120.
He is going to get a go, though.
82.
At the 1, 2, 4.
John, you require 124.
I don't think we'll see the Barry Van Peer 14 route here. No.
Yeah, it's not cottoning on, is it? It's not really taking off. But another
88.
shot here for
Joey,
Joey
require
Temburg on an
38.
unconventional double. This time he changes it to something a little bit more regularly used.
6.
But it won't be used by Joey. Maybe he should stick to those
John, you
obscure
require
doubles.
36.
John Brown. Double 18 to break straight back.
Game shot on the fourth
One
leg.
outside.
John Brown.
Uses the marker. Middle of the bed. And we are level again at 2-all.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Agreed on that
180.
think you could have got those inside a very famous mint.
100.
Nice, smack bang in the middle of the treble. It's inviting. We
180.
have been teased to the 9 darter 3 times yesterday. He is now 141 points away.
John, you require
from adding his name to that list with
141.
Connor Heenahan.
Boo.
Same situation that we saw from Berry yesterday.
125.
But out of those 9 dart attempts, twice they was converted into 10s.
60.
John Brown
John, you require
could be following
16.
that trend.
What a fabulous leg from John Brown. Now he has to seal the deal.
12.
He will be back, but not the nicest double on the board.
85. John, you require 4.
Over adjusted. Now he's in the madhouse.
No score. Joey, you require
I remember a
116.
stat a while ago about players that are on 9 darters and then lost a leg. It was alarmingly quite high. It might be added to.
96.
Almost was.
John, you require 4.
Still could be. John Brown has been here for a while on these doubles.
Game shot on the
Finally
5th
gets over the
leg.
line.
John Brown.
A sigh of relief. He knows that that one got a little bit closer than it should have.
6th leg, it's
Joey
Joey to
Temburg
throw first.
Missing a dart.
There we see John wipes the sweat from the forehead as if to say,
60.
thank God for that.
This is the
97.
final game of the day for both players. They will be back again tomorrow for the conclusion of this group.
100.
Both could potentially have an outside squeak here if John Brown is to pick up the victory here, but you sort of feel that both will be looking for Group B participation
140.
to increase their opportunity of getting through to Saturday.
58.
Ever since going 2-1 behind, John Brown's scoring phase has been simply sensational. It's really up the ante.
94. $100.
And now
John, you require
has
170.
6 darts to seal the match. May only need 3.
83.
Try to use the ball there to optimise that 2 dart possibility there. The 25 would have left the 65. But that is a
21.
very unfortunate visit there for Joey Temburg.
John, you
The bounce
require
out,
87.
He forced the treble, hit the 1. Still 6 darts now for John Brown, but now only 87 the task. He takes a look at Joey's score. You see the frustration coming through here with those misses. That wasn't at the 20s. He wasn't looking at 20s for ball there. He did check out Joey's score to see that he had the opportunity to go for the 18s.
65. John, you require 59.
And now 59, 19 and tops. 2 match darts incoming for JB.
Game,
Only needs
shots,
the 1.
And the match.
John Brown seals a 4-2 victory over Joey Temburg, ending a very good day for John Brown, taking his tally to 8 points, and he is still in the title race here in Group A. Coming up after the break, our penultimate match, Ron Meulenkamp against Barry Van Peer.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, head over to dartshop.tv. That is the website you need to go to. And tickets are available for the next few months here at the Super Series, and it really is a unique darts experience. So if you fancy a sum on the South Coast for the darts, that is the place to be. Whilst here at the Live Lounge on Tuesday, John Brown has finished his day of a 4-2 success against Joey Temburg. Couple more matches to go. This one features Von Meulenkamp and Barry Van Peer. An all-Dutch tussle here. We're going double Dutch in the company of Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you, Henry. Last opportunity to cast our eye over Ron Meulenkamp and Barry Van Peer for the day. It had been a torrid day for Ron Meulenkamp going into that last game. He'd lost all 3 matches before picking up victory in the last. Barry Van Peer, exactly the
First
same
leg, it's Ron
formula.
to throw first. Game on.
Although he broke a losing chain of 4 defeats, picking up victory in the last. Someone's going to go back-to-back on the wins. And someone is going to go back to the loser's corner.
Just had a quick walk through the players' practice room.
41.
And John Brown a lot happier with his performances today.
So he should be. The running average yesterday across his matches of just 78. Where today, that was his lowest average, and he only did that once. They're all 80 plus. He's broke the 90 barrier.
100.
Much improved from John Brown. This goes to show that one day doesn't carry on into the next.
100.
You can go home, reset, come back and produce.
Do you think Dad gave him a pep talk last night as well?
134.
I think sometimes it's quite tricky to be a father and a
60.
mentor at the time, because you've got a lot of emotion attached to that. And I think sometimes when you try speaking to one of your own children, I think sometimes there's more emotion in it than there should be. And I think it comes away a little bit from that sort of mentor. And I think Steve would probably be quite aware of that as well. So I think he'd probably have some fatherly advice, but I don't think he'd be too much like
139. Ron, you require 86.
18's first for Meulenkamp. They get 2 darts at double 16. Last dart, double 8. Barry Van Peer is poised if this misses.
Aim shot on the
but it
first
doesn't.
leg. Ron
And Ron
Meulenkamp.
Meulenkamp takes the opener in 15. We're thinking to ourselves, Matt, where's this
Second
Ron
leg, it's
been all
Barry to
day?
throw first. Game on.
I think Ron's thinking that as well. These are 2 players at the very top of their order of merit this year, which
60.
is the PDC Challenge Tour. Barry Van Peer, the top man on that tour. And Meulenkamp in contention for one of those tour card slots.
58.
Not many events to go on that diary.
180.
The way those first 2 darts were sat, I don't think there was ever a doubt dart 3 was joining them.
$125.
Just looking at
121.
Barry Van Peer's dart. It looks quite an interesting grip as well. Doesn't look run of the mill.
$100. Barry, you require 140. 60.
A bit of time on his hands here due to that big maximum and then backing that up with a double treble combination.
100. Berry, you require 80.
Either straight up the line or a treble for double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Berry
That is the
Vampire.
Berry Vampire that is sat top of the Challenge Tour at the moment.
Third leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on.
Fabulous start to this game.
$100.
Alongside this today, we
96.
do have the Pro Tour happening over in Germany at the moment. There's been upsets galore over there. Gerwin Price going out to Mickey Mansell. Peter Wright going out to one of our regulars down here, Jared Cole, who's hitting a bit of form at the moment.
100.
Nick Kenny, someone we saw here quite a lot last year, taking out Dimitri Vandenberg. So upset city at the moment.
Few World
60.
Cup stars going into the World Cup with a few question marks.
$100. $125.
We'll keep you up to date with any big surprises or shocks that are happening over in Germany at the
55.
moment.
Meulenkamp down to a finish.
140.
Barry Van
Ron, you
Peer
reply
has left a
146.
two data. If this 146 doesn't go from the bomb, and it's not going to, so Vampire will come back for 80.
106. Berry, you require 80.
You would say 20s normally, but I'm not sure with him.
He doesn't like that lie. He's a little bit worried that that could carry into the treble. And he's just moving across the hockey like a typewriter.
60. Ron, you require 40.
But it's back to the middle. Ron Meulenkamp down at the
Game
10s.
shot on the third leg.
Hits it with
Ron
the second dart in
Meulenkamp.
hand and regains that lead. Something we haven't said too much is this is all going with
Fourth
throw.
leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and a missed opportunity there for Barry Vampire. And Meulenkamp steps in.
55.
Trebleless visit at the start of this leg for Vampire. But it's
47.
not punished.
He's
180.
finding those maxers now. That's his second of this game. But he's 13th. 180 of the week so far. He's starting to
140.
motor in that category. He's now the top hitter of 180s. Any of our players so far this week. He's a closely contested
137.
award at the moment. But it is slightly in favour of Berry. Ron Meulenkamp just one behind him.
180. Berry, you require
Levels things up.
129.
On the weekly tally.
93. Ron, you require 134.
Fourteens. He stayed there. He must have liked the lie.
$89. Berry, you require 36.
Barry Vampire looking at 36 for a level game. Now chasing across the board, and he's come inside. That's why
No score. Ron,
the
you
switch
require
to
45.
nines is never a good thing. And now a huge opportunity for Ron Meulenkamp.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Opportunity
Ron
taken.
Meulenkamp.
Meulenkamp needs 3-1. Break of throw in 14.
The best
leg,
performance
it's
of the
Ron to
day
throw
for Ron
first.
Meulenkamp
Game on.
yesterday came in match number 5, a 91.62 in victory. This one, significantly better than that. But once again,
85.
his best performance of the day. He certainly must enjoy that song, Save the Best for Last.
55.
Yeah, it's been a miserable day for Barry Van Peer. It's going to have a big
80.
run tomorrow.
$42. 60.
Perfect first start for the Dutchman.
100.
How disappointed will he be with that? The first one was just begging to be hit.
That was a
100.
touch of the bonnets there from Ron Meulenkamp. Very snatchy, but went in. If you think of players like Burnett and Dave Chisnell, who
100.
have got that sort of snatch in the throw sometimes, but they're just so accurate.
Sometimes I had no idea how Chizzy's darts end up going in when you see the release.
82. 60.
So,
Ron, you
94
require 94.
for victory for Meulenkamp. Can't find the treble 18, but it's still on. Not now, so just needs to set this up
70.
and hope Barry Van Peer
Berry, you require
can't take out
144.
the 144.
Just trying to loosen the arm, get a bit of movement going. But the only movement might be him walking down the
39.
stairs after shaking Ron
Ron, you
Meulenkamp's
require
hand.
24.
Because he is 24 points away from another success.
12.
That was a back-to-back
Berry, you
victories.
require 105.
This is a skin saver. 105 for Van Peer. Tops.
Game shot on the fifth
how
leg.
big will that be?
Berry Van Peer.
Barry Van Peer gives it the old arms out. Where's that been? Meulenkamp misses
Sixth
multiple
leg, it's
match
Berry to
starts.
throw first. Game
And
on.
effectively, we're now back on throw.
$60.
Plum in the middle of the treble, inviting for more.
140.
Felt like that one was going to give us the big 180 call. We've had 3 already in this match. 1 to Meulenkamp, 2
90.
to Van Peer. Very evenly contested battle. Can't really split them in terms of the averages.
55.
And we might not be able to split them on the scoreboard in about 2 minutes' time.
93.
Big visit here from Meulenkamp. And you feel there's another opportunity.
171.
Stunning.
Fantastic darts.
58.
And he's
Ron, you
stole
require
a big advantage here.
135.
He has given himself 6 darts.
Game,
That is
shots, and the
absolutely
match.
sensational
Ron
from Ron Meulenkamp. The 135 finish, treble 19, bullseye double 14 to seal the points and end his day on a high. Disappointing day for Barry Van Peer, but he'll be back tomorrow to put that right. coming up after the break. Our last match of the session and the top two collide as Fallon Sherrock meets Jim Long.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a finish for Von Meulenkamp, a 1-3-5, a 12 darter to beat Berry Van Peer by 4 legs to 2 in our penultimate match of the day. And as far as the table is concerned, Berry could have put himself level with these two players about to play on the top of the table, but he finds himself on 10 going into the final day. We could have a tightly congested race for third place. Well, before we get our final match of the session underway between Fallon Sherrock and Jim Long, it's time to reveal the answer to the tungsten teaser, because in World Cup week we set this to name the first player in the history of the Super Series to represent each of these nations. Some familiar faces, the likes of Brian Roman in there, Jose Justicia, Kevin Burness, Jelle Klassen, who qualified for the last Champions League, and of course my commentary colleague Corinne Hammond in there as well. Oh, Henry. Right, into our final game of the session. It sees Fallon Sherrock in action up against Jim Long, and the victor of this will go into the final day's action top of the pile. It is all on the line here in our final game of the session. Big match with a big match commentary team. It's Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Welcome back, everyone, on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for our final match this Tuesday in Group A, and we potentially saved the best till last. The top two go head-to-head with the winner taking the overnight lead and advantage in the run-in. Fallon Sherrock has the darts, but, Matt, Jim Long numbers have been consistent all day. When Fallon's been on, she's been very good, but there's been dips. Are you going for the highs or the consistency
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
I think the ups have been up for Fallon, but for Jim, he's been at that up level for the whole time. Fallon's going to need to find a best for about 10 minutes here rather than spurts of
140.
30 seconds to a minute. Jim Long, lowest average he's performed today is a 91.09, which is Fallon's best average of the day, 91.09.
140.
So with that in mind, you'd say that there's value here in Jim Long, who is 5 to 6 apiece here between the bookies. They can't split the two.
60.
On the table, they can't be split by the points. The only thing we can separate them with at the moment is the legs column, which Jim Long's won 4 more legs than Fallon.
140.
But already the Fallon Sherrock throw is under some pressure. Back-to-back 140s from Jim Long.
55. 60.
This needs to be 2 trebles minimum.
One
about all three?
180. Jim, you require
I mentioned the timing's been
161.
good. Going to be much better. But is history going to repeat itself? He opened yesterday up
136.
against Fallon
Fallon
Sherrock, leg
requires
1 of game 1.
66.
He took out a 161 for a 12 darter. He went that exact route.
Old Faithful
Game
And she
shot on the
pins
first
it.
leg. Fallon
66
Sherrock.
in 3 after Jim Long missed the ball for the 161. And as darts 1 and 2 went
Second
in
leg, it's Jim to
on
throw
the Jim
first.
Long setup,
Game
Matt,
on.
I thought I'd woken up yesterday.
It looked like history was going to repeat itself for sure. Good leg there from
140.
Jim Long, but without reward. It's not stopped him though. He's continuing to pound in those 140s.
180.
When the chips are down, she's finding her best. It's a good quality in a dart player, that. You don't have to be
140.
the best all the time. You have to be the best at the right time.
Or as we like to call it,
100.
waiting. So here's an interesting one. Paused as we are now,
60.
both on 2-2-1. Who's throwing the better darts? We've got a 180 and a ton, or back-to-back 140s.
100. Jim, you require
Well, there's
161.
nothing to separate it, really, is there? And it's, I think you'd probably feel happier with the 140s, but
87.
there's nothing really to separate.
Fallon,
It's
you
still the
require
same sort of score.
121.
Treble 17 would have left the ball. Jim Long,
53.
74
Jim, you require 74.
for a hold. A potential 14 dart leg. Missed the big number, but recovers.
49. Fallon, you
He's had
require
a dart at the ball
68.
to win leg 1. He had a dart at the ball to win leg 2. That's all he's getting.
Game
He
shot on
shall
the
get no
second
more.
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Talk about players producing at the right times, and Jim Long running into a couple of performances today.
Third leg, it's
Running
Fallon
into
to
one
throw
again
first.
Here.
Game
Both
on.
players over the 100 average here at the early point of the game. We've only played a couple of legs, but just to give you an indicator here that Jim Long's not come off the pace, it's that Fallon's
60.
raised it.
Yeah, and when they are both playing this well, we've got to find little bits to be super critical. And the one there will be Jim Long
81.
missing the big number and not getting a dart at the outer ring, only getting a dart at the ball.
Much smaller target, obviously the bullseye compared to a double.
59.
He's had a couple of good efforts at it so far. He had an effort at it the first leg for a 12 darter, missing the 161.
100.
But I think tomorrow's going to be really interesting to see how the fixtures break down, because that
42.
victory in the last game for Meulenkamp means we've got 3 players on 8 points, 1 player on 10. We're going to have 1 on 14 and 1 on 12. I think that prediction of potentially 20 points being enough might actually
93.
come into play here when we look at who's going to be winning Group A.
Completely agree, Matt. Another max.
180.
So tightly compact as well. Really on a pinhead.
100. Fallon, you
last start
require
there from Jin
160.
Gets him down to 127. The 160 is not going to go from Fallon Sherrock. So Jim Long with an
100.
opportunity.
Jim, you require
to break back.
127.
with Charlie Korstefein's favourite finish. The 1-2-7 and game.
111.
He was
Fallon, you
dying to say
require
it, wasn't he?
60.
Tops for 3-0.
$20.
That last start's unlucky.
Jim, you require 16.
Jim's missed a couple of opportunities in this one to hand Fallon her chances, and now she's returned the favour. He's only got one dart left.
Game
That's a
shot on the
big
third
dart.
low.
In
Jim
the
Long.
context of this match, could gone 3-0 down in that opportunity there. However, keeps himself in it.
Fourth leg, it's
halves the
Jim to throw
deficit,
first.
and
Game
also
on.
gets one of the breaks and throws that he's going to need if he's to win this match.
Straight back in to the trebles. Is this his first?
140.
No, but it's another one in the 140 column.
He has only hit 7 180s so far this week, which is the lowest tally of any of the players
140.
in this group. John Brown, the next man in that line, he's had 10, so a little bit off the pace with those, but you don't need to be hitting 180s when you're hitting the 140s with the regularity here that Jim Long is.
No, and that just shows the scoring from both in this game so far.
58. $83.
Should imagine she'll start downstairs. 719s leaves the big fish.
133.
Right on cue.
Fallon has took out a big finish this week so far. That was the
121. Fallon, you require
152.
170.
I was going to say, hold on, that could be eclipsed.
98. Jim,
He
you
joined
require
Ron the
97.
Bomb on taking out the 170.
2 darts at tops.
Game
The
shot on the fourth
97, and that
low.
is stunning
Jim
from
Long.
Jim Long. Fallon applied the pressure, but Long had the answers. Back level, 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $100.
We said we were potentially saving the best till last, Matt, and it takes 2 to tango. And we've got some dance going on here.
60.
Sort of dance that you'd tend to find at the Blackpool Ballroom. It's that sort of level. Both players very high
100.
90s in this one.
Can I just correct you? It's the Empress Ballroom.
Not the Blackpool Tower Ballroom. See, this for the dancing.
100.
It's only one venue in Blackpool. There's obviously not, but there's only one good one.
All the eyes will be there in a month's time. Fallon will be there herself
59.
for the Women's World Match Play. She'll be hoping to defend that championship. Good lineup this year.
Yeah, obviously it was exciting last year because it was the inaugural, but
140.
this year the standard's gone up again. Needs a treble here.
100.
I may have imagined this, but it looks as if the first 2 were pitched high and Fallon just took a little step back. You know, like Lisa used to.
97. Fallon, you require 142.
We'll have to keep an eye on, see if that is the case.
60. Jim, you require 104.
3 on the spin for Jim Long. 104. Can't find the treble 16, so Fallon will get a go at
48.
82.
Fallon, you require 82.
Bullseye first. 25 would leave 17 and tops. However, she doesn't need that option.
Game shot on the fifth low.
Clinical.
Fallon
I'm the Queen of
Sherrock.
the Palace.
Fantastic darts there from Fallon, who's just lost the last 2 legs in
Sixth leg, it's
concession
Jim
there.
to throw first. Game
Jim Long
on.
was breathing down the neck, and when you take those sort of shots, it just gives you such an air of confidence about you when you take those out in 2.
55.
Yeah, and remember, she missed multiple darts for 3-0. So to bounce back,
45.
but she can't punish the Jim Long mistake.
$100.
Are we looking at going all the way here? Going to run for cover. 19's gone the wrong side into the treble 3.
48.
And it's advantage Jim Long in this leg. And it's looking as if we are going to be going to a last leg decider.
60.
Only a 60, not punished as much as it could have been. But Fallon lost the range here. Recovers on the 19's.
134.
Doesn't like the lie, so Jim Long going for cover.
60.
The wrong side of the wire, slips into the treble 7, and all of a sudden, this could be an opportunity for Fallon Sherrock. 2 trebleless visits for Jim Long have opened the door.
100.
But only a ton for Fallon, leaves 174. Jim 226. A big visit here for Jim.
100.
Down to a finish. How much pressure will the finish be under?
84.
Not as much
Jim,
as
you
it could have
require
been.
126.
So 19's first on the 126 for Jim Long. And a slack first start means it now cannot be done. If Fallon can
42.
keep these straight, she should get a dart
Fallon,
of
you
the ball
require 90.
to win the match. She's going to get 2 at double 15 for an overnight lead. That hugs the wire.
60.
And that one's done
Jim, you
exactly the
require
same.
84.
2 match darts have come and they have gone for Fallon Sherrock. She knows they were close, but Jim Long, 84 to send us all the way, is going to get 2 at double 12. He
Game
only
shot on the
needs the
sixth
1.
leg.
We are
Jim
going
Long.
all the way. 3 apiece.
7th and final leg. It's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Remember, the winner of this leg will lead Group A overnight. They will have a 2-point advantage
97.
in one of the most hotly contested Group A's we've seen after 2 days. All 6 will still feel
41.
they can go on here. Would like another treble here.
100.
Jim Long is chasing. And that's a slack one.
81.
So Fallon on throw. It's just doing enough right now.
100.
This needs to be big from Jim Long to apply some pressure. Needs something.
97.
Finds cover, but still behind. Fallon will be on a finish after this visit.
140.
Leaves 64 after 12. This needs to be huge from Jim Long. Needs another. Finds another, down to a
140.
finish.
Fallon, you require 64.
Closing moments of this Group A. Fallon is going to get another match start at double 16.
48.
And that has gone as
Jim, you
well.
require
3 match starts
142.
have gone. Can Jim Long win it with a 3-figure act? He has options here. Where's he going? And another. Was looking for a no. It's not in, Jim, I can tell you. It slipped the wrong side into the treble 3.
85.
But he has tidied it up.
Fallon
so Fallon
requires
Sherrock comes
16.
back for an overnight lead in Group A. Double 8.
No score.
She's bust. She's gone into the wrong bed. She's
Jimmy
pulled it into the double
57.
16. A chance Jim Long didn't expect. And he is now favourite. 17. 2 at tops. One more.
37.
And he's missed. Tension
Fallon
getting to them
requires
both.
16.
Fallon Sherrock comes back.
Game,
And this
shot,
time,
and the
Fallon
match.
Sherrock hits.
Fallon Sherrock.
4-3 victory for Fallon Sherrock gives her an overnight lead in Group A on 14 points. Those numbers don't do this game justice. The average is tumbled because of the missed starts in the deciding leg, but overall, Fallon Sherrock steals the points to go top of Group A as we head up to the balcony with Henry and Matt.
Phil, thank you very much. It's a day that was filled with tension. It ended with tension. Me and Matt Edgar were up here on the balcony, and you could just tell on the stage at the end there, both players knew the significance of that last leg, and it kind of told with both players missing match darts.
I think both players probably thought they'd won it. Both players thought they'd lost it at different points of that. But most importantly, it was the most important match in terms of the league table. Both players went into that joint top and just a bit of leg difference separating the two. Now Fallon takes that top position at the top of the table on points. And I'm pretty confident to say that she thought she'd thrown that away when she missed those match starts at the end. She outscored Jim on the way down. And then when Jim was coming up for that 57, I think she was probably just expecting Charlie to call a game shot. She got another opportunity. This time she was able to take it. She's looking good in terms of getting through to Saturday.
Most certainly, and it was a game full of clutch finishes. And you thought when Jim took out that 84, well, the game may have just changed on a pinhead.
And
this
that was
is a
again
66 from Sherrock just before, my apologies.
Well, that was after a couple of opportunities as well, that 84 that Jim Long took, that Fallon again handed those opportunities. It looked like she was struggling to get over the line. She was aware of the significance of this and the possibility of winning a Group A. She's qualified through to Saturdays before, but as far as my knowledge goes, she's never won a Group A, which for me is one of the hardest groups to win when you look at it being a 3-day campaign. You've got to be consistent for a long period of time.
Well, this is how the table looks after the the second day's worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Fallon Sherrock having that 2-point lead overnight from Jim Long. And I mean, going into this overnight for Jim, is it about just forgetting what happened there? Because the rest of the day, you look at the averages, you look at the performances, there was some really good stuff from him.
I don't think there was anything wrong with the performance there of Jim Long. It was a good performance. He was solid throughout the game. He just missed an opportunity there at the end of it. It was a really good match from both. And I don't think there's any negativity there to take from Jim Long. I think realistically, he's probably the favourite going into tomorrow. And with that, when you look at the table, there's no one really completely out of this. And I said we're not really going to know till game 13. I might change that to game 14 now.
How many horses do you think are in the race tomorrow?
Realistically, probably just the top 3. The players that are on 8 points have probably got a bit too much to do. There's a 6-point gap there. There's only 10 points available tomorrow. But cast your mind back not too long ago, Moreno Blom. He came in on the last day in one of these positions where it looked almost impossible, ended up winning the group. So nothing is impossible. Everybody's got a bit of a chance.
As for Barry Vampire, interesting day. Struggled at the start, then made a bit of a recovery midway through the session. He could have put himself on 12 points, but for this 135 from Ron Meulenkamp to go on and seal the win.
Great finish there from Ron Meulenkamp as well. And it sort of felt like the Ron Meulenkamp performance sort of came from nowhere, because it looked like he's been struggling throughout the day, and he certainly hasn't been playing like the Ron Meulenkamp I remember from a couple of years ago. So he's been doing bits on the Challenge Tour, so it's obviously not a consistency issue or an issue with the throw. It's just not been working for him here so far. But there are signs in there, and Ron Meulenkamp's the sort of player that could come tomorrow, win all 5 matches, and do what Moreno Blom did.
What's your assessment on the day that John Brown had today?
Better. Much, much better. And I mentioned earlier on in commentary that I think he's a victim of his own success. He got a tour card probably earlier than he probably should have in terms of where his ability range was at that time. And then he's judged against that as where he should be, and the talk is about him going back there, where I think we need to be looking at a forward line rather than saying does he get back to that position, because I think he's probably going to be better than that position was when he got there in the first place. So I think we need to look forward with him and say actually he's still a young player developing, he's shown some good signs.
And just finally, in terms of Joey Temburg, second day here, we know he hasn't been in front of the cameras on that big stage for a little while now. Is he going to be the type of player that as the week goes along, as we get to Thursday, Friday, get to whichever second group that he's in, he could be a dangerous threat?
Well, if the line of performance and anything we've seen so far is anything to go by, the answer's simple. It's yes. Because Joey Temburg is getting better and better as this goes on. It's exactly what we expect when people's had a break from the game, that maybe they'll just start a little bit slowly, but he's warming into the task. He's getting better as it goes. He's putting in some big performances now. And I tell you what, the throw, it looks like he's throwing with a lot more rhythm in there. He's certainly throwing quicker, which is a sign of confidence.
Well, this was the Shanghai he got against Ron Meulenkamp. And actually, again, you look at the way darts go on the board, you look at the action, it's far more smoother than it was yesterday.
A long way. It's night and day, really. When we look at when he started off, he was a little bit timid, a little bit sort of slow with the action. He was approaching the hockey slower. These are just things of trying to be deliberate, trying to make sure of what you're doing, because you're not trusting yourself. He now trusts himself. He trusts the process. He's obviously doing something right in the practice room to translate into the stage.
Is it a case then going into tomorrow for him just to relax about proceedings a bit more?
I don't think he can relax. I think when you're a competitor like Joey is and someone who's had the success that he has, I don't think it's a case that you can ever really feel comfortable and relaxed with it, because you want to win. And it doesn't matter how long you've had out the game or how long you've not been winning for. That's why people are here, that fire burning inside, that desire to win. And that's what he's got to contend with. He's playing himself a lot of the times up there. And it looks like he's starting to win the battle and really enjoy himself.
I'll tell you what, it's set up quite nicely for tomorrow, isn't it?
It's what we expected, isn't it? This group will not be decided till the very end of tomorrow. I'm pretty sure of that.
So that means whatever your plans are for tomorrow, you make sure that the Super Series is very high up on the priority list, because I think you're going to see a great battle as far as Group A is concerned. Tell the boss you've got to work from home. If you're going to the beach, put it on your phone, because I tell you what, we're going to have some finale to Group A here at the Super Series, because fantastic fun and it's top of the pile, but it's still a long way to go.